Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
Glue is cheap.
Girder.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. I'd like to wish you a very happy Thursday BIRDSday. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, one and all. I'm glad you're here. This is kind of a surprise to me, but this is the last stream of this week, so you're here at the right time. Everybody, holy cow. I've got some stuff I need to take care of tomorrow, and that kind of precludes streaming, so apologies for cutting down to 4 days this week. Sometimes that's how it goes. But yeah, I promise you it's for good reason. There's some exciting stuff coming up, and I can't talk about some of that yet, but there is exciting stuff coming up. For those of you who are here maybe for the very first time, and there are, I'm sure, some of you who are here for the first time, let me introduce myself real quick. Whether you're watching live right now, or whether you're watching in the VOD later, or maybe more likely on YouTube, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As you might be able to guess, looking at my office here. Dinosaurs are what I work on, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. And dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. I'm looking forward very much to doing some more live broadcasts from the field this summer as we dig up new dinosaurs from Wyoming and Utah. So if you'd like to see the exploits from last year, check out the YouTube page. Yeah, we did how many streams? It was like 45 different streams, each well over an hour long. Digging up dinosaurs live in Wyoming and Utah in the late Cretaceous. Well, first the late Cretaceous, Almond Formation of Wyoming, and then the earliest Cretaceous, Cedar Mountain Formation of Utah. We dug up at least 3 new species of dinosaur this summer, and it was a wonderful opportunity for some science outreach. Some fairly unique science outreach. It's not often you can watch a live dinosaur dig over the internet and be able to ask questions and get them answered live. That's exactly what I was doing this summer with people like Ethan Cowgill and Jim Kirkland and Don DeBlue. So anyway, science outreach is what I do. That's the whole purpose behind these streams. It's the whole purpose behind paleontologizing. So the thing that makes it special is that it's live and you can interact live. Ask questions. Please ask questions. That's what this is all about. In today's stream, we're going to do some Thursday BIRDSday. We're going to see if we can catch up on some fossil news and maybe some dinosaur deep dives. If we got time for that. I know I've been getting behind on those. But also be doing some Metazoa, and we'll see what else happens. It's a live broadcast, you know? Anything can happen. The live digs were so cool. I'm glad you think so, Neil. I'm looking forward to making them even better this year. Yeah. Let me scroll up to the top of chat and say hello to everybody, though. We've already lost the top of chat, but let's see. I believe we had Kodali and Golganek, Claire Burr, and Dinosaur Dave. Lenina and Tony is my baby. Oh, and I need to turn closed captions on. Closed captions. Testing. Good. They're working. I had to turn them off earlier because they were malfunctioning. The room was quiet. Saying words that weren't going on. It was bizarre. Who else we got? Displacer and Neilf, Keeper MN, Golganek and Kodali, and Phoenix the Archaeologist, Matt M33, and Grim Deviant, Anyan98, and Bet Medler. It's so good to see you all here. Welcome. Not the Brain and Sloppy Salamander, Neon Coffee Cat and Portugasque, Grim Deviant and Fall on the Blinks. It's good to have you here, Fall. Welcome. Or Blinks. I should call you Blinks, huh? Niffler and Rosand. How is everybody doing? Oops Kapoots and SV Harkin. And That Texas Cryptid and Danish Viking. I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. Again, happy Thursday BIRDSday, and a happy early Friday to you. Those of you who are already within the throes of Friday, I hope your Friday's going well. Everybody else, I hope your Thursday's going well. Baja Smancer and Paleo Lord, Laor T and Marika937, Santosh F, how are you all doing? It's good. It's real good to have you. Rusty Guy and Static Life Photo, and MS Coggins and Weird Adult. How are things going with you? Really well, I should hope. Sayet Streams, you were up at the top too, and that part's already been cleaved off the top of chat. But Belen, I had so much fun streaming with you last night. That was awesome. Really excellent discussion. I feel like we covered some really cool topics. I'm already looking forward to next week. Oh man. Oh, and by the way, Wednesday, I might be late. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I've got a big museum meeting on Wednesday. Another thing coming up. Yeah. We'll figure it out. But I might be getting back home to my office around, I don't know, 3 or 4, maybe 5 p.m. I might be starting late and raiding in early from the perspective of everybody here, so we'll see. We'll see. And Dinosaur Dave, birds suffering from paralysis? That's awful. Dinosaur Dave, shoot. What is this? Oh. I don't even know what's causing it. We'll take a look at this in a bit, I guess. Oh boy. Yeah. Golganek says about the fieldwork streams. They were great, those live digs. Looking forward to this summer, if it's possible to stream from the field again. It looks like it hopefully will be. Cross your fingers. Yeah. But yeah. Letting you know what discoveries will be next. Big museum. We'll see, Rosand. We'll see. There might be some exciting museum stuff coming up. There might be some exciting Twitch stuff coming up too. Who knows? We'll have to see. And oh, that is lousy, Dinosaur Dave. Shoot, yeah. We'll get into this in a little bit. But first, has anybody got any questions, especially any new folks? And if you had a recent dinosaur deep dive, like I know you did, Dinosaur Dave, I would appreciate it if you were to remind me of those real quick, and I'll make a little note here, and we'll make sure that we get those done, because I have not had the wherewithal to get those done recently. Barasaurus/Minmai. We had, what else? Mama is a fan. How are you doing? Howdy. Yeah. You gotta hit the road. Okay, Dinosaur Dave. We'll save yours for another time then. It's funny. I was just talking with one of the namers of Kumbarasaurus and Minmai the day before yesterday. Yeah, Ralph Molnar. He lives here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Australian paleontologist. But he's here now. Yeah, but if we don't have any other dinosaur deep dives, then get him on as a guest. I don't know, Dinosaur Dave, I don't know if he would be too keen on Twitch as a platform. He's a very, yeah. Ralph Molnar is a very kind of old-fashioned guy, you know? Very professorial. Put it that way. A lot of respect for him. Yeah. But yeah. And Neurion says, I always wondered what is inside the jar on your necklace. We can talk a little bit about that, Neurion. Yeah. And how can I differentiate Dromaeosauridae? That's a good question too, Marika. Well, shoot. Here, to answer Neurion's question here real quick, let's see if we can find... Here we go. I know we've seen this before, but we're going to see it again briefly. Check it out.
Like Alvarez in Italy, Smith had also found a strange clay layer formed at the same time, which told a dramatic story.
This is from the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs. This is the line that separates the Age of Dinosaurs from
Jan, what can we
the age
tell
we're in
about
today, the Age of Mammals.
history from just
Age of
looking at
Mammals.
these rocks? Well, you can see the end of the one world and the beginning of the next one.
Thank you, Madam
And
33.
you see there is a very sharp, extremely sharp dividing line between the two.
That gray band.
That's that gray band over there. At the bottom of that gray band, you see it's razor sharp.
And this reddish maroon rock, the oceans are healthy and steaming
They're
along just
healthy,
fine.
they're steady, they don't change at all. And all of a sudden we see a dramatic change, which we call the KT boundary.
The KT
There it is
boundary
right there.
found at the bottom of this gray layer marks not only the end of a period, the Cretaceous, but also of the Mesozoic era, a much longer stretch of time. The history of animal life on Earth has been divided into 3 such eras.
Yep.
Early life, or Paleozoic, the age of dinosaurs, or Mesozoic,
Yep.
and the era of mammals, or Cenozoic.
So
The Cretaceous Tertiary boundary lies
now we call it the Cretaceous Paleogene boundary. So instead of KT, it's now KP. But it's the same thing. There's a change in the terminology in geology, and so now we've got a different letter for
right
it.
in between these 2 eras, marked here by this layer of clay.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful representation of that. I mean, holy cow! Like you can see those striations, the strata right there stacked. So this used to be horizontal, like a stack of pancakes, or a pile of papers, and then over time it's been tilted in this part of the world as different continental plates have moved, and then certain things have crashed into each other and buckled. You get that like that. So yeah. So Narayan, I hope this helps answer your question. Do I know where this is? This is somewhere in Europe. So in this case, it's in
1,500 kilometers away.
In Spain. Yeah, this is in Spain.
On the
So anyway-
Atlantic coast, outside the town of Zumaya, Dutch geologist Jan Smit was studying the forams from a different ancient sea.
Forams are like microscopic ocean invertebrates.
In Amsterdam, the change at the boundary becomes clearer when Smit takes a closer look at the evidence.
Anyway,
From a note
and this is where I was, 2 days ago, at Berkeley. This is just outside the Museum of Paleontology, actually, at Berkeley. There's the Campanile right there. This is actually full of fossils, Sather Tower.
a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, someone he knew
And
pretty
Level
well.
James, thank you
His
for
father,
being here. Welcome.
Louis Alvarez.
Good to have you. I'm kind of taking the long way through this, but this is a really, really cool story in not just in dinosaur paleontology, but in geology and chemistry and physics, in the history of our planet Earth.
He loved a good mystery, no matter what field it was in. And that's how physics joined geology in the quest to explain the KT extinction.
Yep. And I promise it'll go back to this necklace.
Alvarez
Narayan.
looked at this layer, tried to figure out how you could determine the time scale. He brought in his knowledge of astrophysics, his knowledge of nuclear physics, and realized that there's an element that's relatively rare in the crust of the Earth that occurs in meteorites.
Yep.
The element was iridium, which falls steadily in an invisible rain of cosmic space
It's
dust.
got 77 protons per atom. Iridium. 77 is the
If the layer
atomic
had
number.
taken thousands
Or the,
of years to form,
number of
Alvarez
protons.
thought there might be just enough iridium to measure. But when the clay was tested, the scientists were stunned to find it contained 30 times more iridium than the surrounding rock.
What? What in the world?
Samples from other KT sites had similar levels.
Yep.
Too much to come from ordinary space dust.
Yep.
What could explain so much iridium deposited around the world?
Well, we now recognize
Perhaps
it was an asteroid, not a supernova. They talk about here how that doesn't work. I think we move along to in the Hell Creek. There we go. Yeah. I think this is in one of the Dakotas or maybe Montana here.
The asteroid crater had finally been found.
So we have a crater.
Questions
We know
remain.
that an asteroid hit.
Which species were wiped out at the end of the Mesozoic?
And do they actually show the boundary here?
Which survived?
They do. Good.
And why?
And it's our friend Kirk Johnson again.
The search for
He's gonna
those
be on in a
answers
second.
led to the Badlands of the Dakotas and Montana and the
Yeah.
Hell Creek Formation.
This is where I used to work, chap. In Montana.
Its eroding
Hell
buttes
Creek.
hold fossils of plants and animals that lived
Trooper,
during the
welcome,
last
welcome.
million years of the Cretaceous and beyond.
And there is Kirk Johnson right there. Kirk Johnson, stand-up guy. I've got a tremendous amount of admiration for him. So he's worked at a number of different museums. He's trained as a paleobotanist, but he's got this real infectious enthusiasm for all of fossil science. And he's just a really easy guy to get along with. I think that's one of the reasons why he became director of, or head curator, or I'm gonna sneeze. Hang on. Oh, never mind. Oh, sorry. Apologies to those wearing headphones. I'm sorry. Thank you, Alzora, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. This is Kirk Johnson. So now he's at the Smithsonian. He's like Big Cheese, head honcho of paleontology at the Smithsonian, our national museum here in the United States, located in Washington, D.C. This might be before he was at the Smithsonian. This might be still when he was at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. But anyway, here he is. Here he studies fossil plants, and he's really interested in the KPG boundary and how plants do across that. Plants are much more common than dinosaurs, and so they can be they can give a much more granular scale of like changes that are going on in a certain environment. If certain plants disappear, that can tell you a lot about what that environment looks like, what might be going wrong there, stuff like that.
When paleontologist Kirk Johnson discovered this KT boundary with its telltale spherules, he found the dividing line between two vastly different worlds.
So this sample that I have here in my necklace pendant is from the KPG boundary in the Hell Creek Formation. This is a sample. This right here is a sample of those rocks when the asteroid hit. It's I like to think that's pretty special, because this is a time when the Earth changed forever, and we lost creatures like the non-avian dinosaurs. All the dinosaurs except for birds went extinct. We'll be talking a little bit more about this later in today's stream, because it is Thursday BIRDSday. So we'll be talking about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs. But this is such a special thing. Like, if it hadn't been for that freak event, that asteroid hitting the Earth 66 million years ago, we wouldn't be here today. And I don't just mean us sitting here right now. Like me talking into this microphone, looking into the camera, and you watching back and listening. I'm not just talking about us. I'm talking about people in general. I'm talking about large mammals. You know, we're mammals. Mammals and dinosaurs evolved at the same time, but mammals never got their big break until that extinction happened. Until that asteroid hit, and suddenly you've got all of these open niches. And mammals can evolve from little rat-like things, you know, like this. This is my 3D printed representation of what a lot of Mesozoic mammals were like. This is Morganucodon. You know, tiny little... This might even be fairly large for like a Jurassic mammal. I may have printed it a little bit too big, actually. But basically, all mammals looked like this. There were no camels or bears, whales or horses, bats, or deer during the Mesozoic era, during the time of the dinosaurs. This is basically what mammals looked like. A few of them were a little bit bigger, looked like badgers. A few of them were significantly smaller than this. They looked like little shrew-like critters. But this is basically what mammals were for like 160 million years. And then something changed. That asteroid hit, and basically every creature that weighed more than 40 pounds extinct, died out, gone. And mammals suddenly had they inherited the Earth afterward. That all happened right here in the blink of an eye. Well, that impact was in the blink of an eye. Geologically speaking, it really was a blink of an eye, even though it may have been a few years that this impact winter lasted. The sun was blocked out by dust and soot from worldwide forest fires, acid rain, and just environmental catastrophe worldwide caused a mass extinction event. That's what's chronicled here in that sample. And here at the KPG boundary, it's special to think about, We quite literally owe our existence to this. That's why I've got that necklace, Heaven forbid chihuahuas inherit the Earth exactly in your iron.
Glass that used to be the bedrock.
Commodore, yeah.
Of Mexico.
Thank you, Entropy, for sending a big rock from the sky. There you go, Entropic Universe, yeah.
Up here in North Dakota.
If you can put your finger on the boundary like you can right here, what that means is you can ask the very simple question, how was life before the impact different from life after the impact?
Yeah.
All you gotta do is look for the fossils below, compare them with the fossils above. And that's what we've done here for the last 30 years.
Yeah. The iridium does not glow at night. It's not highly radioactive or
lush
anything
forest.
like that.
Crack open some rocks, and you'll find the leaves of plants and trees that flourished here over 65 million years ago.
Yeah.
Let's look at that.
You can even tell what insects ate them.
Yeah, by their signature bite marks on the leaves.
See, there's 2 different kinds of insect damage on this leaf as well. There's sort of a hole feeding within the leaf, and there's a margin feeding on the edge.
Yeah.
Take a close look at the ground, and you can pick up fossils of small animals that thrived in lakes, rivers, and forests.
Yep, this is microfossil collecting. I've done a lot of this over the years.
I've got evidence of a turtle, fish, crocodile, fish, and mammal.
Yeah. So with this kind of thing, here, I can show you. I've got a book here on my shelf that chronicles some of this. And it's got me in it, too. Let me show you. Yeah. This is a little, almost a promotional book that we put together. Me and my crew, Denver Fowler and co. Back in, when we were working in the Hell Creek Formation in 2015. On the American Prairie Reserve in central Montana. Prospecting for dinosaurs in the Hell Creek Formation. There's our crew right there. There's me standing in the middle. And then there's me again right there. Yeah, and we found a bunch of different fossils, parts of a Triceratops. I did that illustration right there. This kind of chronicles some of the things that we were going through. We had a huge hailstorm on one of our first nights in the field. It devastated camp, destroyed Denver's tent. Yeah. So there's us, I guess, posing with that in the aftermath of the storm. Yeah, anyway, but we still managed to find some pretty cool fossils. There's a Triceratops that I found. Given that I found the site, I had to come up with a name for it. And we've found so many Triceratops sites over the years. I've kind of run out of good site names, so I named this one Count Tricula. Trike is like it's like an informal nickname for Triceratops that we use in the field. We got visits from a group of students out to our site. So there's Denver, kind of explaining to them what's going on here at that Triceratops site that I found. And then, yeah, and this is a microsite. This is what I wanted to show you. So Warwick Fowler was Denver's dad. Passed away a few years ago, but an accomplished fossil collector, Warwick Fowler, from the UK, from the north of England. But, yeah, Denver wrote this, and he says, one of the new localities we discovered was Warwick's Little Microsite. That's not actually the name. It was Warwick's Diddy Microsite. But, for those of you in the chat who are from the UK, would you like to inform everyone what the word Diddy means? What does Diddy mean? Never thought that wouldn't translate, so in the text he changed it to... Yeah, to Warwick's little microsite. Diddy means, you know, small. It's almost, you know, that's an intuitive kind of word right there. If something's diddy, it probably doesn't sound huge. It sounds, you know, like a little ditty. Itty bitty ditty. Yeah. But yeah, Ken Dodd's Diddy Men. Nerion says, yeah. No, we had a really funny exchange actually. Like me and there's Warwick right there. Where Warwick was telling some kind of a story when we were making lunch one day about I was making some sandwiches, and Warwick's like, "Oh, it reminds me of the Diddy Men in the Giambatti mine." Like, I'm sorry, what? Come again? What are you talking about? And you know the Diddy Men in the Giambatti mine. I had no idea what he was saying. And then eventually I, well, did he or didn't he? It's like a Flight of the Conchords joke right there, Ghostly Cool. But apparently there was I still don't fully know this, but in England there was a television show or something like that with like small men who were using pickaxes to excavate sandwiches from a mine, like jam sandwiches or something. I don't know. But he's speaking English. Yeah, there you go, Commodore. Yeah. So yeah. I don't think I'm being racy, MJ Builds. Making me self-conscious. I hope I'm not. Anyway, Alexander Morrison says wasn't speaking with a Cockney accent. I wasn't trying to do Cockney. Warwick is from the north of England, near Manchester. I can't really do a Mancunian accent very well, though. The whole reason I'm showing you this is these little fossils here. So, this is what we call a microsite. And a microsite is an area where we were prospecting along here, on hands and knees, just walking around, picking up little bits of stuff. A microsite is kind of like a small sample platter of the different creatures that lived in a given environment. So, you know, a sample platter. You just got a smattering of little things. You try a little bit here, try a little bit there. Figure out what you like, you know. You know, like with chocolates or something. This is kind of like that, but for fossils. So, all these different creatures that are living here in this environment. Things like bowfin fish, or troodontid dinosaurs, or crocodiles, or champsosaurs who look like crocodiles but aren't. They're all leaving little bits of, you know, vertebrae and scales and teeth and claws and, you know, limb bones and tail bones and everything else. So, that's what a microsite is. It's important stuff because, well, shoot, creatures that might be otherwise very rare in that environment, you can get a hint that they were there. So you might find little bits and pieces of tiny little mammals like I was talking about. You know, remember like this little guy? This is a little Hell Creek mammal called Alphodon, kind of a possum-like. And we found some bones that seem to be from Alphodon there. Like there's a jaw with some little mammal teeth. There's another mammal tooth right there with its long root. So microsites like this are really, really important, especially if you're trying to figure out if there are any major changes going on in this environment. So really big dinosaur skeletons are, of course, very, very cool. And I will never tell you that they're not cool. Of course they are. But sometimes...
Not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
And LV James, thank you for the prime there. That was 5 months of support. I do really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Sometimes, in order to really figure out what's going on in a given environment, you have to look at the small stuff. The stuff that preserves more frequently. the stuff that's kind of more representative of the creatures that are living in a given environment. Thank you, Sculpin, for those 200 bits. Holy cow, Sculpin. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Here we go. Back to this.
That lived during the last million years of the Cretaceous and beyond.
So,
when paleontologist Kirk Johnson discovered this KT boundary, with its telltale spherules, he found the dividing line between two vastly different worlds.
You're looking at a ball of glass that used to be the bedrock in Chicxulub, Mexico.
Kirk, how important was it to find the KT boundary up here in North Dakota?
If you can put your finger on the boundary like you can right here, what that means
Important
is you can
stuff.
ask the very simple question.
That's why we're watching this again. MJ Builds, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, MJ Builds. That is superb. Thank you for your generosity.
MJ Builds really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
There are 5 people in chat who are making this face right now. Won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to you, MJ Builds. Thank you very much for that.
How was life before the impact different from life after the impact? All you gotta do is look for the fossils below.
Appreciate you.
Compare them to the fossils above. And that's what we've done here for the last 30 years.
Yeah. So Kirk Johnson specializes in the plant fossils, like we saw here. Like this wonderful leaf from a broad-leafed tree. But then we get a sample platter of some of the animals that are living in this environment as well.
Take a close look at the ground, and you can pick up fossils of small animals that thrived in lakes, rivers, and forests.
And you just walk around and pick these up. They're all over the place.
I've got evidence of a turtle,
at a microsite.
Fish, crocodile, fish, and mammal.
Yeah.
And then there were the dinosaurs. The challenge, connecting their fate to the KT boundary. The clues, their fossilized remains.
Yep. The
This is
Triceratops?
an ankle bone of a small meat-eating dinosaur. And you find these bones, identify the animal, and pretty soon you start assembling the list of dinosaurs that are present at any given level. And the lower you are in the formation, the older you are, and the higher you are, the younger you are, and the closer to the boundary you are, the more we address the question of how long the dinosaurs survive. So this, just nearby, we found this bone, which is a bone of a much larger meat-eating dinosaur. Same bone.
Yeah.
See the size difference?
Right.
Metatarsal right there.
Bone. So when you find bones of different species in the same layer,
you know what? I'm not gonna. Well, actually, Kirk Johnson here. Who cares? Metatarsal versus ankle bone, whatever.
They're living at the same place at the same time.
And Sculpin, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Well, holy cow, Sculpin. Thank you for that support.
Sculpin01 is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Sculpin. I really, really do. Thank you for that support. And I'm sure the 5 people who just got advertisement immunity for the next 30 days are also very grateful. Thank you, Sculpin. Thank you very much. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah, and that big bone, you can identify the species just from that. It's easy in the Hell Creek, oops kapoots, because we don't have very many dinosaurs. There's like, if you're talking about a big dinosaur from the Hell Creek, it's either going to be Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, or T-Rex. And thank you. Thank you, Hogan, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. So yeah, we don't have a lot of big dinosaurs in the Hell... Well, there are a lot of big dinosaurs in the Hell Creek, but they tend to be either Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, or Tyrannosaurus. Maybe you get an Ankylosaurus, or a big old Pachycephalosaurus or something. But for the most part, any big bone is going to come from one of 3 different dinosaurs.
If you're
So
feeling
it makes it really
cheated,
simple.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Fluffy Wolf, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Claire, thank you for reposting that from Commodore. We've got a good question from Commodore here. Let's talk about that. Commodore wants to know, so what are your duties and responsibilities as a
about
paleontologist?
how the world was 80 million years ago, which is...
And Wolf, thank you.
It's pretty...
Thank you for, it is pretty cool. Thank you for the follow. And thank you, Bat Medler. Holy moly. Wow, wow, wow. Another 5 gift subs from Bat Medler. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that very much, Bat Medler. I really do.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Floofy Wolf, thank you for the prime there. That is excellent. And I appreciate it very much. And Reaganation, look at Reaganation washing away those advertisements for 5 lucky viewers. Reaganation, thank you, thank you. Good stuff.
Reaganation is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Looked like a Mesozoic mammal there. Good stuff, Reaganation. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Excellent. And it is Thursday BIRDSday, Jaded Fairy. You're here at the right time. Welcome, welcome. Let's get back to that question there. Commodore says, I hear a lot of academics rest on their laurels and just write papers and latex without much field work and get paid in paper royalties. The university have to... No, that's not how it works.
They were terrible lizards.
Hogan. Holy cow, Hogan. Thank you for those 1,000 bits. I really, really appreciate that. I really do, Hogan. Thank you for that support. Excellent. Level 4 complete. Beautiful. Yeah, we do not get paid to write papers, Commodore. In fact, often it costs us money to do that. Papers are how you build your reputation in academia. They're how you get your name out there. They're how you contribute to the field. But we as academics, especially as paleontologists, do not get paid to write papers. In fact, sometimes we have to pay to publish those papers out of our own pockets. So, like, I'm going to be publishing some open access papers this year. I'm going to have to pay for that myself. So it's going to be like a few $1,000s for each of those papers, probably. And I don't... It costs us money to publish papers. It's not the other way around. We don't get paid for it. Yeah. The issue isn't paleo exclusive, but what do does it very... It's worse than you think there, Commodore. It's worse than you think. Most academics are overworked and underpaid, especially in the sciences. I know paleontologists who teach at big universities. Dinosaur! And thank you, Uli Witness, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I know paleo... Thank you, Hogan, for those 1,000 bits.
Lizards, don't you know?
Thank you, Hogan. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. And the Nap Taker. That's a wonder. That name makes me laugh. Is it? Oh, it's such a like an active. The Nap Taker, but like taking a nap is such a passive thing. That's wonderful, Nap Taker. I love your name. That's really good. That's really good. And Steely Dan, thank you for that gift sub. Exquisite. I appreciate that. Thank you, Steely Dan. Yeah. Look, we are surprisingly close to our goal for this week, and this is the last stream of the week. Because I have to take tomorrow off, so there's a decent chance that we actually get to 150 before the end of today's stream. That would be extraordinary. Yeah. What were we talking about? Yeah, in terms of... Oh, yeah. I know some other paleontologists, some of whom, like... Skullpan. Thank you very much for that. 10 gift subs there. And look at this beautiful Tinamou bird. Just in time for Thursday BIRDSday. So excited about those 10 gift subs. Uh-oh, I don't know if it's rated for 10 gift subs. Oh, shoot.
Sculpin01 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Sculpin? Thank you for that. Wow. Yeah. Doesn't know how to handle 10 gifts. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. 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 Neverwinter says, I always burst out laughing when science deniers say that scientists are in it for the money or are funded by big science. I know, right? Shoot, you know, if I were in it for the money, if I had no scruples, if I were just in it to make some big cash, you know, through science ostensibly. Wombat Hole, thank you for the 100 bits. Fire in it for more than 100 bits at a time. Thank you, Wombat Hole. Not to discount what you wonderful people do for this community and for this channel. But if I wanted to be a multimillionaire, if I wanted the big money...
We've got an amazing 70 million-year-old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool.
Procyon. I appreciate that.
Stubborn for 3 months. Cause I learned so much from you.
Was that an additional 3 months right there, Procyon? Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good stuff. Here, let me just say it quickly before something else happens. If I were, you know, had no morals, and I were just in it for that sweet, sweet cash, all those greenbacks, what I would do is I'd get in with the oil companies. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll go on TV and talk about how climate change isn't real. You bankroll me? I'll do that kind of thing. Because, man, those people make a ton of money doing that. There's so much money to be had for hucksters and charlatans and propagandists in this world. As long as you're shilling for the man, you can make big money. But we can't do that in science because the whole point is to... Sculpin, thank you for the 700 bits right there. That's a rare alert. Good stuff. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah. And... Commodore says, well, you make enough money to live in San Francisco, but I know you do a lot. I don't live in San Francisco. San Francisco is more expensive. I live in the East Bay, so across the bridge from San Francisco. And it is expensive here, but I have 2 roommates and 3 landlords who are cats. And I live pretty frugally, you know? Back before I moved in here, my food budget for the week was $40. $40. To buy food for myself for the week. Every week, $40. Rent was $840 a month. And then there's a little bit of gas for the Prius. You know, very fuel-efficient vehicle. A little bit of insurance money for the Prius as well. A few other expenses, but that was it. So it's like, all told, my expenses every month were like maybe $1,200. You'd be surprised, actually, how... Funny, there was a study that just came out recently that said that living in Houston, Texas is actually more expensive than living in New York City for a lot of people. When you adjust for wages, living in Texas can be more expensive than living in New York City. Sculpin, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. Helping me make rent and pay the bills. Just like this bird is... Uh-oh. Oh, no, not again. Shoot.
Sculpin01 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Sculpin. Holy cow. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. If you're... He's relative, I guess. Yeah. Steely Jen says, Houstonian here. Can confirm. Luckily, I have a great roommate and low rent. Yeah. Yeah. Lucky. That's good for you, Steely Jen. Yeah. Yeah. Let me find you a link to that study. There we go. Yeah, here we go. From Texas Monthly. Houston is now less affordable than New York City. Because in New York City, you have things like public transit. You've got a lot of public services and stuff that you don't have in places like Houston. So you have to pay for a car, you have to pay the, like, super high insurance rates, because Houston has been flooding a lot recently because of hurricanes and tropical storms and stuff like that, because of climate change, so... Anyway, yeah. And yeah, there you go, Betmethler, yeah. Yeah. What are your duties and responsibilities? Do they vary? So, Commodore, nowadays, I'm freelance. So, my responsibilities are I stream usually 5 days a week. This week, 4 days. And that's how I make my money. My money. That's how I earn a living. It's through the generosity of you wonderful people who have now gotten us to the point where we're only 7 subs away from our goal for the entire week. So thank you. I'm not a good example of what paleontologists are in general. If you're going to get a job as a paleontologist, generally you're going to be working for a university or for a museum, or maybe working in paleoremediation. So, like, you work for a company that, like, you get hired by a local government to work with construction workers who are doing excavations for highways or building foundations or whatever, and you make sure that no priceless, you know, important fossils are being destroyed during that process. Can we find an example of that in a video here on YouTube, perhaps? But yeah, generally, if you work for university, you might be a professor or an adjunct professor, or maybe you work as a laboratory technician or something like that. But your responsibilities are going to have to do with fossils, at least in some capacity, or with teaching students about fossils. Probably have to attend a lot of meetings and do a lot of nonsense like that too. Yeah, or if you're working at a construction site, then
blue is cheap.
Yeah. If you're lucky, you get paid to actually go out and do field work. But not everybody does. Here, let's take a look at this, perhaps. There we go. So this is going to be the remediation side of paleontology. You know? Yeah. And Jas and Wiki, welcome back. Documenting and preserving various incomplete fossils.
Rare. We estimate that less than 1% of life on Earth fossilizes, so to find anything is incredible. And we're making discoveries in little chunks every month or so. So we get a blurb here and then a blurb there, and we're due for another fossil any time now. But our biggest and most spectacular discovery is by far our juvenile mammoth skull, Hayden, who's right here behind me.
Yeah. Look at that. You can see the teeth right there, those big molars. So you're looking upside down. This is the skull upside down. With those big tusks. Thank you, Kennedy, for those 100 bits. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. Thank you, Kennedy. And Timmer's Crutch says, so much hard work behind the discoveries. Oh, man. This isn't even the half of it. You'd be astonished at how much work goes into a fossil discovery like this. Yeah. So the people who are working on this, they probably got paid through funds from local government, from a city or a county or maybe a state. And then that state will use that money to pay like a consulting company that might hire several paleontologists
Is an 8 to 12-year-old juvenile
to work alongside the construction workers.
Found back in November during subway excavation. They found a small piece of that fossil, exposed it, and we ended up having nearly a complete skull with both of its tusks still intact.
Nice. Yeah. Pretty cool video here.
The specimen itself is about 4 feet long by about 3 feet wide, but it's very rare to find such complete specimens.
Anyway, we're looking for something about the actual, like nuts and bolts of finding fossils in an active construction site, and I'm not gonna, might not find much of that. Let's try this, maybe from the Queensland Museum. For all you Australians in chat.
My name is Michelle Lawrence. I'm a research assistant for the Queensland Museum. I assist at
So she works at a museum here.
out in the field excavating fossils, and I also assist preparing the fossils back at the lab for further research. Reconstructing the past first starts out in the field. We have a team of expert scientists, volunteers, and the community helping us to excavate these fossil discoveries. We have to take away the sediment around the bone and uncover the bone so that we can see.
Give me a link there, Jaded Fairy. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah.
We use brushes to brush away the sediment, and we'll dig down to the bottom to expose the bone.
Yep. Want to expose the full aerial extent of the bone?
Specimens are recorded in the ground. For our
You
larger
map it
specimens,
and jacket it.
we make a plaster jacket so that it can be safely transported back to the museum.
It's like a safe cocoon that you make around the fossil for transport to keep it from falling apart.
When we bring the specimens back to the lab, we can then open the jacket and begin preparation on that fossil.
Using a cast cutter right there.
Size drills depending on what the sediment is surrounding the bone. For example, with our dinosaur specimens, because they're a lot harder, we use larger drills to chip
Post in
away
Discord.
at
I
the
think you
block.
can just post a link here, Jaded Fairy.
Sediment
If not, you
itself
can
will create
DM it to a mod.
We
They
can
can post
use a
it.
lot finer prep tools to remove that sediment.
Oh, and
We
I don't
also
have
use
Facebook,
glues to
Jaded
keep
Fairy,
the bone
so
intact and stop it from breaking it.
if there's anything, if there's another thing I can look at it, because I don't have Facebook. I deleted my Facebook a long time ago. Are there any other links anywhere? On a different site, maybe?
In future.
Yeah,
Seeing
thanks, Jaded Fairy.
something in the ground to be able to bring it back to the lab and prepare it and see what it is.
And Squiggles says, I read an account by a person in the field that said a job they were applying for told them there is no traditional salary paid, and instead they had to find their own group of sponsors willing to fund the project. Oh yeah, that happens all the time, Squiggles. That's fairly typical. Especially if we're doing field work. Like, this past summer, our work in Wyoming was actually funded by this community. Oh really? Yeah. I didn't get through it to the very end. I need to get back to it, but it was you can. Yeah. Dinosaurs. These are some of our live streams from last summer. In a little bit, and we'll go talk to the crew about it, and we'll have some dinner. So yeah. Just hit the okay, Pro Sign. I'll try
and
that.
Dr. Tara, we are back indeed. Yes, indeed. How are you, Dr. Tara?
So anyway, this all of this work this summer, like us in the field, this all happened because of generous members of this community who funded this work. Almost all of the money that we had came from you good people, this community here. There we go. Yeah. This was our funding page. This is the, like, scientific crowdfunding website that we used, and you good people contributed $7,100 that went toward our transportation costs, fuel, supplies, food, basically everything that we needed for the summer. And with this amount of money, which was way more than we were asking for, which was fantastic, we were able to excavate at least 2 new species of dinosaur. Dinosaur paleontology is an extraordinarily inexpensive science. You get so much bang for your buck, you know? Like, I don't know. I live in the Bay Area. I live, you know, Silicon Valley is right over there. There's a lot of wealthy people around here. You know, I know people who wouldn't get out of bed in the morning for less than $10,000. But $7,000 can enable a dozen paleontologists and volunteers to dig up 2 new species of dinosaur out in the Badlands of Wyoming for a month. You know? Tactile says, we know what you did last summer. I mean, hopefully you know. I was live streaming it. But yeah. Yeah. And 7,000 grand? 7,000 grand. 7,000 grand would be $7 million, right, Rigadaclus? Yeah. No, it's $7 grand is, to discover 2 new dinosaurs is what I call a great deal. I know, right? This is one of the most... It's the best bang for your buck in science, you know? There are, when I was working with LJ Krumenacker, last summer, and hopefully I'm going to be working with him again this year, digging up dinosaurs in Idaho. LJ, sometimes his budget for a field excursion is like $50. Like $50 for a weekend, he'll go out and dig up these dinosaurs from Idaho. And that pays for fuel and for a little bit of food for him and maybe a couple volunteers. And there's the potential to find a brand new species of dinosaur with that. You know? And like, this has gone a really long way. It's kind of crazy, actually, when you contrast it with like the attention he's been able to get for this kind of thing. I mean, like here. Yeah.
Thanks to students at Yukon Elementary.
Idaho
has a new state dinosaur. Thanks to students at Yukon Elementary School. Local News 8's Kaylee Galavi shows us how they feel now that all their hard work has paid off.
That's the dinosaur that LJ dug up.
Has signed the bill.
What was started by a 4th grade class last year has finally come to fruition. Idaho's
Yep.
new state emblem is a dinosaur, the
Arictodromeus.
I didn't think in 4th grade I would be able to help make the Arictodromeus the state dinosaur.
Governor Brad Little signed the bill into law on March 31st.
So, yeah, it's done. It's a done deal. Can we find footage of LJ talking about this? Let's see, because this was kind of like, he was able to talk to some very driven teachers about this. And, yeah, he had practically zero funding to do any of this work.
Just a dinosaur for a state symbol. And we just thought, well, if we're going to suggest a dinosaur as a state symbol, we ought to find out which one the paleontologists in the state know about. Have we found dinosaurs here?
A good question to ask of someone who's dug dinosaurs since he was a kid.
Yeah, I've never grown out of it, so.
Dr. L.J. Krumenacker is a paleontologist at Idaho State University and grew up in Blackfoot.
LJ is a really good example, actually, of how overworked and underpaid we are as paleontologists, where the last time I was spending any time with LJ, he was working 3 different jobs just to make ends meet. He was working part-time at Idaho State University in Pocatello, working there at the museum and teaching classes. He was teaching at, I think, the University of Idaho as well, part-time. And he was teaching middle school science, I think, in his hometown. That's all just to be able to barely skate by. You know, that's how it is for many, many academics, especially many paleontologists. And hopefully in May, I told LJ that, like, hey, I texted him, over the weekend or last weekend. I said, LJ, hey, hope your 2024 is off to a good start. I'm getting a raise from Twitch because of the Partner Plus program. I want to know if I can help you in any upcoming excavations that you have, and maybe provide some funding as well. And LJ said, yeah, let's try for that. So hopefully in May, I'm going to be out there with LJ digging up some Arictodromeus fossils. That's Idaho's new state dinosaur you're about to learn about. The first ever burrowing dinosaur. Hopefully we'll be doing that in May. LJ, it says it depends on whether or not there's still snow on the ground everywhere, because it is Idaho and it does snow there. So hopefully we'll have an early spring in Idaho this year, and there won't be snow through July. And hopefully I can go out and help him dig, and we can live stream it too, because that would be really, really cool. But yeah.
When I started as a kid, they said Idaho didn't have dinosaurs. And I was like, well, maybe if I look really hard, we can find some.
And you did.
Yeah, it's kind of made me happy.
Dr. Krummacher was one of the first to find the Oryctodromeus in the gem state about 20 years ago, a 95-million-year-old burrowing herbivore.
Yeah, about the size of a dog, 11 feet long.
Whose name translates to digging runner.
7 feet, that would have been tail. So he's just a little long-tailed, dog-sized dinosaur.
There have been about 15 full skeletons found in Idaho. A rare find for any...
That's not true. There's never been a full skeleton found in Idaho. Some of them have been found in Montana. Just over the border, Montana and Idaho share a border right there at the Continental Divide near, like, Lima, Montana. And there's never been a complete skeleton of Oryctodromeus found in Idaho. Not yet, at least. Maybe we'll go dig one up. We'll have to see. But yeah. And yeah, Salamid, yes, as opposed to Orodromeus, which is mountain runner. Oro, meaning mountain, like orogeny, that name for mountain building. Same root word there. Yeah.
Any fossil.
So my best hypothesis, this is part of what I did for my PhD, is that these animals are basically digging their own graves. Since they're burrowing, it's easier to preserve a fossil if it buries itself.
Yeah, so this is a dinosaur that did step 2 before it did step 1. You get that? Here. Go back to a classic video.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Yeah.
Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast.
So, Oryctodromeus did step 2 before step 1. It buried itself before it died. And that seems to be why they are preserved more readily than other dinosaurs in Idaho.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Yep.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
And so in the case of Oryctodromeus, the first fossils were found just over the Idaho border in Montana. There we go. Yeah. And chances are the animals they dug their burrows next to a river or a stream or on a floodplain. And that's the only reason that we can tell that there was a burrow there, is because the burrow got filled in with a different kind of sediment than the surrounding rock. And so that's there's this really weird blob of bizarre rock, and it's filled with dinosaur skeletons. There's 3 dinosaurs of the same kind in this blob. What in the world is going on here? And my old undergrad advisor, Dave Baricchio, who I think was LJ's PhD advisor, he said, "Holy cow, this is a burrow. Really, really cool. You know? Kind of like moles then, huh? I mean, more like, like a coyote or a fox or a hyena. They all dig burrows. Yeah. So yeah, hyenas will dig burrows and live in them. Lots and lots of mammals will dig burrows. And it turns out at least one kind of dinosaur did too. In fact, we've got good evidence that several kinds of dinosaurs dug burrows for themselves. Not just Oryctodromeus, but some of its relatives and some other dinosaurs that I can't talk about yet, because we haven't published on them yet, but I did help dig them up back in 2013, 2014. Yeah. Did Protoceratops dig burrows? No comment, Sloppy Salamander. No comment. Probably yes. No comment. Yeah. Platypus dig burrows, ground owls, and alligators. All kinds of different animals dig burrows. It's actually a much more common kind of behavior than you would otherwise expect. There's a book about this, actually, if you're interested. Let's see. Can we find a video with Tony Martin about this? Oh, shoot. Maybe not. Yeah. Right. Anthony Martin? The Evolution Underground? Oh, boy. Maybe not. Maybe not on YouTube, but maybe elsewhere? Yeah. Shoot. No, but there's a wonderful book about this subject. Right here. By paleontologist and paleoichnologist Tony Martin, called The Evolution Underground. It's all about the evolution of burrowing through the fossil record and in modern creatures as well. Lots and lots of different animals dig burrows to survive, and Tony Martin has written a really wonderful book about this that's very informal. It's not dry, stodgy science writing. It is full of whimsy and wit. And he talks about Eryctodromius in this book right here. Right there. Good old Eryctodromius. But other animals that you wouldn't expect to burrow. Like little penguins. There we go. In Australia. Like burrowing owls. And kiwi birds and other critters like that. Puffins, too, are very good burrowers. So yeah, if you're interested in like burrowing behavior, this is the book to get. Holy cow. And there's all kinds of wonderful, whimsical stuff in here as well. Here, Tony Martin he wanted to illustrate the scale of a giant ground sloth burrow that's been discovered. And so, chat, what is that right there that he added for scale? Yeah. Yes, indeed. That's a Star Trek shuttle. What particular vessel is that? I don't know. NCC 1701? It's probably the Enterprise, isn't it? That's the only one I really know. Apart from the USS Bozeman. Which I only know because I lived in the town of Bozeman. And apparently there's also like a Star Trek ship that was named the Bozeman. It's from the Bozeman Wikipedia article. Galileo shuttlecraft. Oh, okay, Commodore. Nice. Nice. Anyway, check out The Evolution Underground. It's good stuff if you're interested in this topic. You know? You can get it from places like thrift books. Right there. In fact, you can get it in good condition for less than $13. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Here's a link. Anyway, we're going to be interviewing Tony Martin soon, hopefully, on this channel. I need to get in contact. Man, this next week is going to be crazy busy. Let's see. But here's, Oh, there we go.
This program is brought to you by Emory University.
That's his,
Hello, this is Tony Martin of Emory University.
There's Tony right there.
I'm in Victoria, Australia, at Knowledge Creek, where I'm looking at some of the Cretaceous rocks that are in this area. And I'm very happy to be here, see these beautiful rocks, look at the great variety.
Hey, Bill 62, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
And start to get some ideas about how these trace fossils may have related to polar environments in Australia 110 million years ago. I'm
Thank you,
looking
Claire,
at
for
some
posting that link.
enigmatic
Appreciate that, Claire.
structures that are in the Otway group exposed here. This is possibly a tetrapod burrow of some sort. It is filled with sand. It has kind of an oblong ending to it and a tunnel-like beginning. A similar structure is above it, filled just with sand and having also somewhat of a spiraled shape.
Good stuff.
If we go over to the right, we can see that there is yet a third structure, which is similar but a little more collapsed, filled with the same sand that we see in the structure to the left. It's possible that these three structures are related to one another, that they were formed at approximately the same time. My tentative identification of them
Old Australia.
is
Yeah, in the
as
south, right?
tetrapod
Victoria?
burrows
Will
that have
62?
been preserved in alluvial to fluvial sediments, and the only tetrapods that would have been large enough to make burrows like these would have been small dinosaurs, of which there were many in the area, small ornithopod dinosaurs, a few small theropods that could have burrowed as an adaptation for dealing with the polar winter in this part of Australia 110 million years ago.
Nice. So Tony Martin does work at the at Emory University in Georgia. Georgia, United States, not Georgia, Europe. Yeah. So he's paid as a professor. So he does teaching. I feel like I'm compelled to mention that because we were talking earlier about how different paleontologists earn a living. So Tony Martin, I get the impression that he is a cherished member of the faculty at Emory University, and so he makes a decent living for himself there. I should hope. Sure, whatever they're paying him, they ought to double it. But MJ Builds, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Well, well, well. Ah!
Is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, MJ Builds, for those 5 gift subs. And there's 5 very grateful people in chat. Thank you for that, MJ Builds. They won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. And we're only 2 subs away. 2 dings for 2 subs from our goal for the week. Extraordinary. That's excellent. And Lauren1350 just got a gift sub thanks to you, MJ Builds. Enjoy, Lauren. MJ Builds, thank you. But yeah. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about LJ and Eryctodromius and how inexpensive it is to dig up dinosaurs in the grand scheme of things compared to... Honestly, there was probably more money spent on these news broadcasts than went into the original field work. Probably 10 times as much money that went into the original field work to dig up these dinosaurs, you know?
Graves, since they're burrowing, it's easier to protect a long-tailed, dog-sized dinosaur.
There have been about 15 full skeletons found in Idaho, a rare find for any fossil.
So my best hypothesis, this is part of what I did for my PhD, is that these animals are basically digging their own graves. Since they're burrowing, it's easier to preserve a fossil if it buries itself, basically, is the way I look at it.
And they were sometimes found in groups with either their offspring or other adults.
Which in and of itself is pretty rare evidence for a dinosaur. Something else to make this special.
So you can see why.
It's Idaho's dinosaur. We only find them here.
Mr. Walton's fourth.
They're also just found, just over the border in Montana as well. So not only found in Idaho. But yeah.
Fourth graders feel the Eryctodromius should be our next state symbol.
I think it would be absolutely fascinating if students here at UConn Elementary School into the future could say, we were part of that. We helped that happen, and just celebrate this new state symbol. I know, it would just be absolutely thrilling.
Oh, and there's LJ's illustration of Eryctodromius right there. He gave it a more severe look. But I think that's Krumenacker 2023 right there. Yeah.
Well, after the motion was seconded by the self-proclaimed oldest dinosaur on the committee, he said it himself, That would be Senator Chuck Winder. Senate Bill 1127 was printed and awaits a full hearing in the Senate State Affairs Committee. Dr.
Anyway, it's kind of nuts to think that like each of those state senators being paid by this. I don't know how much money state senators get paid in Idaho. Probably not a lot, but it's still probably a lot more than paleontologists get paid to do things like dig up new dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are big money, but we as paleontologists don't see any of that, really. Some of the highest grossing films of all time have been films about dinosaurs. Jurassic Park, The Lost World Jurassic Park, Jurassic World. You know, there are massive theme parks that are built around dinosaurs. There's tons of dinosaur merchandise, toys, and video games, and clothing, and all kinds of other collectibles. I'd like to live in a world where maybe, you know how like, well, I was gonna say, you know how a music artist can make a song and then, and then they can make a tremendous amount of money if that song becomes really popular? It'd be really cool if, like, a dinosaur paleontologist works on a dinosaur, discovers it, preps it, illustrates it, publishes on it, publicizes it, publishes it, and then it, and then toy companies and movie companies and stuff, they feature that dinosaur, and then that person who did all the work at the beginning to make that dinosaur, to bring that dinosaur to life, maybe they get a cut of that? That'd be nice to see. But, yeah. But yeah. It doesn't always work that way in the music industry either. You can write a hit song and sometimes not see a dime for it. The system is designed to keep the little guy down, Yeah. I mean, that is one of the cool things is, yeah, public domain dinosaurs are public domain, Cobraven, and that's why, it's one of the reasons why dinosaurs are so cool. They belong to all of us. Dinosaurs are a collective good. But it'd be nice if, some paleontologists didn't have to work 3 jobs just to make ends meet. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's see. Here's an example of this. From outside of science, outside of paleontology certainly, but in the world of music, this person who composed the song "The Lion Sleeps Tonight," you probably know this song already. You probably know this one. That's not gonna do it. Hang on. That's a weird sounding one. Bear with me, chat. Doing this live, Let's try it with backing vocals. That should really do it, I hope. Yeah, let's try this.
Really spectacular.
That's not working either.
Ray Ganeshan gifted a tier 1 sub to Rusty Guy. They have given 137 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Reagan Nation. Look, we're only one sub away from our goal for the...
Really?
Nope, scratch that.
No expense.
Reagan Nation.
Sub to Thank
Thank-
They have given 138 gift
We've
subs
achieved
in
our
the
sub goal right now. Holy cow. Reagan Nation, thank you, and thank you to everybody who has helped us get to there. This is worthy of some applause right here. Holy cow. Holy moly. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And, oh, and Horns fan, that's a good question, Horns fan. Thank you for the 100 bits. Here. We have a command about that. The point with Brontosaurus is, it's not like the dinosaur existed or didn't, it definitely existed. It's just, what do we call it? It's basically like, we're arguing over whether or not we should use a certain name for it. You know? So it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Call it Brontosaurus, call it Apatosaurus. Do whatever whatever you feel right now. It really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, those names are like... They do become a little bit arbitrary. So yeah. Yeah. When I wrote this command, I said, but if you want to be correct when talking about this iconic long-necked dinosaur, you should call it Apatosaurus. I still call it Apatosaurus. Because I'm more of a lumper than a splitter when it comes to this kind of thing. I'll admit it, you know? But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. What I really don't like is saying, like, oh, did this dinosaur exist? It's like, yeah, we have the bones of it. It's right there. It exists. We're arguing over semantics. Do we call it Apatosaurus or do we call it Brontosaurus? At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Call it a dadgum big old varmint if you like. There you go. Yeah, darn tootin', Mayor Space. Mayor Space, you're a straight shooter there. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, Jason Wiki, that's a very, very good point. Here. You probably know this song right here. Here. You know this song, right, chat? Which was a huge hit back in the 1950s, and I think again in the 70s, and then again in the 1990s with the release of The Lion King. Huge song. You know this song. Let's skip forward. The lion sleeps tonight. You know this song. Okay. We got it? So, you would probably be disappointed to learn that the person who composed the song, Solomon Linda, who died in 1962, I don't think he ever saw a dime for this. Or maybe it was literally a dime. It is arguably the world's most famous song about a lion, and for more than 8 decades it has made a lot of money for many people around the world. But the composer of the catchy tune, South African Solomon Linda, died destitute in 1962. While U.S. artists were at loggerheads over the lucrative melody, he had been in and out of hospitals and suffering from kidney failure. His song was brought up as an example of a complicated copyright case during a masterclass course taken by Jeanette at the Academy of Sound Engineering in Johannesburg earlier this year. His lecturers recommended that he watch the 2019 Netflix documentary Remastered: The Lion's Share about the origins of the song and the battle to get fair compensation for Linda's descendants. Anyway, the point is that, like, the economic system which kind of rules the world today, capitalism, is deeply, deeply unfair and unjust to the people who actually do the work in the vast majority of cases. In the lion's share of cases, you could say. Because the system is basically designed to... the people who are willing to be most exploitative of other people, they will rise to the top. So yeah, we're not gonna, I don't know, I'm not gonna get into economics 101 right now, but it's just really crummy that like that people who are most passionate about a certain thing, the people who are actually like doing the work on the ground, they're often the people who get paid the least, and people at the top are profiting from that because that's how the system is designed to work. And that's the case with paleontologists. That's the case with... you know, with people like L.J. Krumenacker, you know? Here's a guy extraordinarily hardworking. And you know, LJ should be, for somebody who discovered and dug up Idaho's only, like, Idaho state dinosaur, he should be really, really well known. This guy should be, he should be at least comfortable, you know? He should own his home. He should have health care. He should not have to worry about feeding his kids.
The kid, they said Idaho didn't have dinosaurs. And I was like, well, maybe if I look really hard, we can find some.
And you did.
Yeah, it's kind of made me happy.
Dr. Krumenacker was one of the first to find the Oryctodromeus in the Gem State about 20 years ago. A 95-million-year-old burrowing herbivore.
The world's first burrowing dinosaur. You know, you would think that that should be important, but that's not the way the system's designed, you know? Skyware Hermit says the more you're passionate about your job, the less salary you're willing to put up. I mean, that's kind of the way they engineer things. There's a book about this, by the way. It's right here. For anybody willing to... anybody curious about this subject or willing to depress themselves just a little bit about this, getting the real story, this is a book I would highly recommend. It's called Do What You Love and Other Lies About Success and Happiness by Miya Tokumitsu, excuse me. Yeah, there's some hard truths in this book. But yeah, it's tough. I don't know, that's... to inject a bit of optimism here, that's why I'm so incredibly lucky to be here on this platform. To be able to bring science outreach to all of you, you know, every week, usually every weekday. Sorry, I'm taking tomorrow off. I've got stuff to do, you know. But yeah, you know. I am so incredibly fortunate to be in this situation, and I am deeply, deeply, deeply grateful for everybody who has supported me through this. Look, we've already met our sub goal for the week, and each one of those is going to be a 70-30 rev split, by the way. I'm going to get 70% of each of those subs, because we reached the Partner Plus tier there. Like, Twitch is doing really good work in this regard, and I salute them for it. Holy cow. Yeah. And Madra says, hi there, I randomly found you through other animal streams. This looks fun, howdy? Welcome, Madra. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. You put this back. And, it's good to have you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We're talking about fossil science. We're talking about dinosaurs. We're talking about how scientific discovery works. How often scientists are not well paid, or sometimes paid at all, for the discoveries for their work. But in just 8 minutes, we're going to be playing an animal guessing game, so I think you're in the right place, Madra. And I like your name. It reminds me of Ghidra. Ghidra, the three-headed monster. From the 1963 film. 1963? 1964. Sorry, I was off by a year. Also called Ghidorah, three-headed monster. Ghidorah, Ghidra, tomato, potato. Yeah. And RBRO. Thank you, RB. I appreciate you very much. Yeah. And Madra says, hey, thanks. I'll see one of the few folks that pronounced it correctly. Could have said, oh, Modra desu ka. But I'm not going to say that. Madra, you got a great name, and I appreciate you. It's good to have you here. I like to think I'd be good at pronouncing different names in chat. Because when we're, as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm used to pronouncing names like Episthesilicaudia. Madra is has no challenge compared to this. Yeah. Or, Poikipleuron. Yeah. Tetnuran dinosaur. From Egypt, from Europe, right? Yeah. Anyway, stuff like that. Mosara, says Diagonal, yes. Yeah. But yeah. And Sloppy Salamander says, is there a dinosaur or Mesozoic animal whose name does give you trouble? Poikipleuron is maybe, yeah. Also Bruhathkaiosaurus. Although I think I've got that one down. Bruhathkaiosaurus. Who else? There's a few others. I don't know. Yeah. But for the most part, I think I've got them pretty much down. It's a good question, Salamander. That's a good question. Yeah. But yeah. And Xiphactinus gave me pause when I see it pop up. Yeah, Salamander. That's a tough one. I used to call it Shyphactinus, but it's Xiphactinus, apparently. And what is this? Miss Yvette? What's about this? Huh. This is also paywalled, so I can't actually read the whole thing, it looks like. But yeah. And Tomas talking about Ghidorah. I wonder if dinosaurs could have had the problem where they are born with two heads. Probably would die young. It doesn't seem to happen very often with endothermic animals. Tomas. So, yeah. At the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana, there is a taxidermied example of a two-headed calf. This is not the same one, but that's a cow. Born with two heads like that. Not born with two heads, I should say. But yeah, there it is at the Carter County Museum. So this is a calf. The Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. My friend Nate Carroll runs this museum. Yeah, this was stillborn. The calf had died before it was born, and it was mounted like this because it was an interesting curiosity. Yeah. With animals that are quote-unquote warm-blooded, this seems to be very, very rare for them to actually survive. If they have, like, if you have two embryos that fuse together like this, or whatever happened during gestation. I don't know what it was. They're not typically born like that. Like they tend to die before they're actually born. However, this can happen with critters like snakes.
And a popular Texas zoo attraction is back. A two-headed snake. Yeah, his return brings up a bit of a conundrum. What happens when the two heads disagree? Jeannie Mose reports.
After over 2 years, he's headed back, both heads ready to turn heads at the Cameron Park Zoo in Waco.
Har.
Do the two heads get along?
They almost ignore each other.
Meet Poncho and Lefty, named after the country western song.
Poncho needs your prayers, it's true, but save a few for Lefty too.
The harmless western rat snake was found by a local resident and donated to the zoo when he was a few weeks old.
He has 2 different brains.
In 7 years, he's grown from 8 inches to 3 feet. Is he right-headed or is he left-headed?
The dominant head is the right head. However, the left head does have ideas of its own.
And when Lefty goes one direction and Poncho goes the other, it's trouble. The snake gets hung up on things and injures himself. In 2021, the wound got so bad he had to be removed from his exhibit to be treated and to heal. That waxy-looking substance on Lefty's neck protects the injured area. So which head eats?
They both do.
But the dominant right sometimes drags Lefty away from a mouse meal. The right head gets more to eat, though it all ends up in the same stomach. 20 years ago, I covered a two-headed turtle named Lefty Righty, whose heads stole food from one another. When one head yawned, the other did too. They got caught on plants. The snake's exhibit has been revamped, so there's little to get stuck on. And two heads are no reason Poncho and Lefty couldn't enjoy romance once he's older.
They will tongue flick the female up and down her body.
So maybe two heads would be better than one for that.
It sure is possible.
A two-headed snake threesome? It's enough to leave your head spinning. Jeannie Mose, CNN, New York.
Oh, goodness. But yeah, so this sort of thing is I'm not going to say it's common in squamates or in turtles. Squamates are lizards, including snakes. Or turtles. I'm not going to say it's common there, but it's more likely, I think, than it is in warm-blooded animals. Yeah. And Madra, thanks for dropping in there with that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. This is so annoying. When you pull up YouTube about this, you just search two-headed animals, and they have all these fake, like, potentially AI generated, if they're probably just photoshopped, really. But, two-headed snakes. We would watch this, but this gal is great. Lindsay Nicole. Here, I'll give you a link to this, but we're not going to watch it because she tends to say some swear words every once in a while, and we try and avoid that here on this channel. But a two-headed lion, not real. Oh, goodness. Just like, there's so much fake garbage on YouTube. It's really annoying. Yeah. But with dinosaurs, which tended to have the higher metabolisms and also tended to be larger than most of these creatures, the likelihood that two-headedness that individual would be born, or those individuals, if you want to put it that way, would actually be born and survive extraordinarily low. And this is something that's bugged me since I was a kid. because there is a plastic toy that was really common when I was a kid. Actually, a couple of them. Here's one of them right here. He's like, you know, two-headed plastic dinosaur. Like, who thought this was a good idea? This one too. Does anybody else remember this from when they were a kid? Yeah. I don't know. I was insulted by this, even as a child. 6 years old, I'd look at that and go, it's not... What is this? What? Get this garbage out of my face. You know? Yeah. Yeah. The head is the best part, says Diatoms, and two heads are always better than one, right? No, not in this case. Yeah. So, why? Why? You know? Anyway, so yeah, the idea that there were any two-headed dinosaurs walking around, not a chance, I think. We've certainly never found any fossil evidence of that, and in paleontology, it's all about the fossils. It's all about the evidence that you can glean from them. So without fossil evidence, it's not worth talking about, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And two-headed birds don't seem to be a thing. That's actually a really good point, Charlie's Dragon. That's a really good point. So, getting back to some actual science here. We have kind of a... And I wonder if Diatom's attack can relate to this. I wonder if this is something similar in micro-paleontology. Micro-invertebrate paleontology. We have a thing in vertebrate paleontology that we call the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. And here's basically an illustration of that for dinosaurs. So say there's something we want to know about dinosaurs that's currently unknown. Maybe it doesn't fossilize. Like, what was the shape of their pupils and their eyeballs? Or did they have color vision? Or what kind of reproductive gear did they have? Or something like that. Something that doesn't fossilize readily. Or we haven't found yet in the fossil record. How do we make educated guesses about that for extinct dinosaurs? I'm glad you asked. We use something that we call the EPB. We look at the extant phylogenetic bracket. And here, I've not done any annotation in a while, so let's do that. We call this the extant, which means not extinct. There's extinct, which is gone. There's extant, which is still around. Extant, phylogenetic, that means like evolutionary family tree, and then bracket. In brackets like that. Or for short, the EPB. I'll put that B a little bit closer so you can actually see it. EPB. The extant phylogenetic bracket. That is this right here. And so say there's something for dinosaurs that we want to know. Like, did, I don't know, say this current example, were there any dinosaurs born with two heads? Were two-headed dinosaurs common? Well, shoot. Given that the fossil record tends to be somewhat limited in some respects, and that's unknown for dinosaurs, what we can do is we can look at dinosaurs' closest living relatives. We can look at for what's known for crocodiles, because we can observe crocodiles today. They're walking around, they're swimming around, they're chomping their jaws. They're doing things today. Crocodiles are still around. So we can know what's known for them. Are there any crocodilians born with two heads? Crocodiles are like close cousins of dinosaurs. And birds right here are living dinosaurs. Birds are the only surviving dinosaurs nowadays. Going a little crazy with that, sorry. And so we can look at what's known for birds and what's known for crocodiles, and that can help us understand what's going on for dinosaurs, potentially. Because, you see, birds and crocodiles bracket the dinosaurs right here. We've got the close cousins of the dinosaurs, and we've got living dinosaurs. And so we look at those two modern groups, those modern clades, as we call it. And hopefully, that can help us figure out what's going on with our dinosaur friends. And apparently it is possible to have two-headed alligators.
A lot of you talking on social media. A two-headed alligator is spotted in the Hillsborough River. New at 6, our Bill Logan goes in depth on whether this discovery is real.
Epps Park is a beautiful slice of nature along the Hillsborough River, but it comes with warnings. Indeed, the signs here say beware of gator, but it mentions nothing about being on the watch for a two-headed one. No one ever bothered to think
Why
about
would
that
it?
until Justin Arnold
the
posted pictures
news.
of this discovery online over the weekend and even got front-page coverage in the local tabloid.
I don't know about this. I'm pretty dubious.
But here in our newsroom, jaded journalists jumped in to say, wait, we can check this.
I don't know. It just doesn't seem quite real, but I will keep searching and see what we can find.
And we kept searching, too, for experts who could tell us if this was a plausible possibility.
Two-headed animals do exist in snakes and turtles and certain exotics. They are quite rare, though.
Bob Potts in the exotic reptile business for 2 decades knows that the double header produced when a splitting embryo stops part-way is a valuable find, but...
my only doubts are that, you know, for an animal to go undetected for so long is highly doubtful.
He thinks this might be a fake, feet not quite touching the ground.
Diatom's Attack says there's a bunch of flags with two-headed eagles. Yeah, red flags. I think bird embryology would preclude the hatching of two-headed individuals, but you're right. If you're talking about flags of different nations, didn't Austria have a two-headed eagle flag? Diatom's Attack. Yeah. Which, why in the world would you want that on your flag? You know? Like, oh yeah, look at this majestic animal. This particular one that we're going to put on our flag, yeah, it can't really, like, it's not good at anything. It's going to keep crashing into telephone poles. It's got 2 heads. I don't think flying with 2 heads is really going to work, you know? Yeah. There you go, Diatom's Day. Yeah. Austria, yeah.
Ground in an odd tail position were his clues. Calls to the FWC and local herpetology clubs confirmed what he surmised.
It could be, you know, with today's social media, everybody's looking for their 15 minutes of fame. So it would not be on, you know, the reasonable doubt that somebody might try to pull off this hoax.
Maybe that's why the photographer, Mr. Arnold, declined our request for an interview, preferring to lay low for a while.
Oh, that's a red flag. Anytime you encounter something like this, you have to first consider the possibility that it might be a fake. If it's a digital image that you received digitally, and if there is incentive for somebody to have hoaxed it in the first place, there is a chance that it was a hoax.
In Tampa, Bill Logan, ABC Action News.
And I guess that's as far as they went. Yeah, shoot. It would have been cooler if they'd actually gone further with that, you know? But let's try it. Did Snopes have anything about this? Sometimes Snopes.com is a decent reference source for this kind of thing. Two-headed alligator? No, they didn't have that. Lots and lots of... It seems like alligators are ripe for urban legends and myths, though. Anyway, Snopes is a really decent reference for urban legends, chain emails, viral social media posts, etc. And I highly recommend checking it out if you're not familiar with Snopes. It goes back to the early days of the internet, but yeah. Dr. Irrefutable says that looks fake. Yeah, it might be. It might be. And I don't think two-headed birds are a thing. I don't think they are. And that's probably something to do with... Yeah, so these are going to be fake. It's probably something to do with how eggs and embryos form in birds. It's just not going to be a thing. Yeah. You know, apart from this right here, double-headed eagle, you know. It's an iconographic symbol originating from the Bronze Age. A heraldic charge is used with the concept of an empire. Oh, delightful. So yeah. Rat Finky says Snope. That's a blast from the past. Yeah. Weekly World News. Elvis gave his birth to alien baby. Yes. Bat Boy is godfather. Static Life says, good to see Snope still kicking. I remember using it back in the 90s. Yeah. And it is time for Metazoo at Dr. Irrefutable. Let's get into that. Madra, if you're still here, being interested in animals, you're really going to appreciate this, I hope. So this is an activity that we try and do every day here on Paleontologizing. This is an animal guessing game. Wherein we try and guess the mystery animal of the day. It's a lot like Wordle, if you're familiar with that. You use, a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree, to try and guess the mystery animal of the day. So, shall we get into it?
Hold on to your butts.
We've got 20 guesses to try and find this mysterious mystery animal of mystery. 20 guesses. And so I found that this game is really, really heavily tilted toward placental mammals. So somebody give me a placental mammal here. Oh, we've never guessed in one try, Tomas. There's over 1 million species of animal. You shouldn't be able to guess it in one try, but... Vole, says Mark Melbourne. Let's do vole. They don't have vole. Shoot. Let's try capybara, Rat Finky. That's a placental mammal. A rodent. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's nowhere close. This is not going to be a rodent. It's not going to be a Boreoeutherian mammal. It's not going to be a placental mammal. It's not going to be a mammal at all. It's not even going to be a vertebrate. It's going to be a bilaterian animal. So let me show you what that means. Let's go back to our tree of life here. Use this as a little teaching tool. Great, we're looking at bilateral symmetry. I know, right, Jody Fish? This is like as broad as you can get. But let's look at our bilateral animals. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. We've still got 1.47 million animals it could be. 1.407. But, you know what? It's actually fewer than that. It's not many fewer, but it's a few fewer. We know it's not a deuterostome, nor is it a chordate or vertebrate. It's either going to be a xenocoelomorph? Probably not. I severely doubt any of these actually are in this game. But it's going to be as a protostome right here. So it's either going to be an insect, or a gastropod, or a worm, or some other kind of arthropod, not an insect like a spider, or something else. So what we can do right here, we can try and knock out insects or beetles. Give me the name of a beetle, chat. Give me the name of a beetle. And, and please don't say... Some of you are already probably typing this. I haven't looked at the chat. Please don't say Paul, George, Ringo, or what's the other one? Paul, George, Ringo, Yoko. There we go. Don't give me any of those. Oh. Ladybug, says Jaded Fair. Let's try that. Yeah. Let's try Ladybug, aka Ladybird Beetle. Ladybug. Let's try it. Okay. It is within Panarthropoda, but it's not a ladybug. Nor is it... Oh, what is this? Well, it's definitely not a cat either. Sweetie Pie, hello. There is a feline menace. Oh, no, sorry, you're not Sweetie Pie. Come here, Moon Pie. Hey. Come here, Moon Pie. You want to come hang out with me? Moon Pie, you rarely show up on stream. Well, 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 Moon Pie. Do you want to come say hello to chat? Hey. Moon Pie is a tricky cat to entice onto the desk because she doesn't like treats. She's the one cat out of these three that doesn't like treats. So she is difficult to bribe. Aren't you, Moon Pie? You are too principled. You're too principled. I cannot bribe you with treats. Yeah, can I bribe you with cuddles, though? Come on up here. Come here, Moon Pie. Come here. Come here. I know you like to board from this side, so if I turn this way, maybe you'll want to jump up? You'd like to come up from the right side? I've noticed this for you. Come here. Hey, come on up here. No? Okay. She doesn't want to. Well, that's okay. Anyway, Panarthropoda is our clade. The way that this game works is that it'll show you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. So we are within Panarthropoda here, which is still like over 1 million species of animals, I think. Let's show you here on our Tree of Life. Oh boy. Let's go to arthropods. Crustaceans, insects, and more. This is like that meme, you know? Yeah. Bed Bath & Beyond? No. No. Crustaceans, insects, and more. Yeah. But we guessed ladybug already. So, we can be a little bit more intelligent about this. We know that our creature is not a ladybug, and if it were a ladybug, or if it were any kind of insect, it would say insecta right here. It would say insects. It doesn't. It's another group within Arthropoda. And so we know it's not an insect. We're able to knock that out right now. So, within crustaceans, insects, and more, we've got mandibulates, which includes our ladybug, and pancrustacea. I don't think it's one of those. I think it's something else. It could be a spider, a mite, a scorpion, or a relative. So give me the name of a spider, a mite, a scorpion, or a relative there, chat. Or it could also be... You know what? It could also be a millipede or a centipede. Water bears, velvet worms. It could still potentially be a velvet worm, but I don't think they have velvet worms in this game. I kind of doubt they do, despite how cool they are. They don't have velvet worms. I want to try either centipede or millipede, chat. And millipedes are under mandibulata. Are they really? Uh-oh. Centipedes are... You're right, they're myriapods, right? Yeah. Oh boy, it should be outside of that. What's a creature that's not? I guess spiders are outside that. So we've got horseshoe crabs. We've got spiders. We've got lone star ticks. Wow. The tick at night is big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas. I want to try horseshoe crab just because that sounds like it'd be fun, Jody Fish. Let's try horseshoe crab. They don't have horseshoe crab. That's not an option. And they don't have tick either? But they have stick but no tick. Sorry, no tick. I'm sorry, no tick. And when you search spider, the only one they have is huntsman spider, which huntsmen aren't even spiders, right? Aren't they like, they're harvestmen. I don't think they're spiders, but it could be a scorpion. Diatom says not a spider. They don't have whip scorpion either. Hang on. We know it's within Panarthropoda. Let's look that up on Wikipedia first. And make sure that we're doing this right. We don't want to squander any guesses. Panarthropoda. There we go. It also includes arthropods. Which, hang on. We guessed ladybug. If our guess, if the mystery animal were an arthropod, it would have said arthropoda, right? It would have said it was an arthropod. It doesn't. It says Panarthropoda, which is a larger group. In the big Russian nesting doll of life, arthropods are within Panarthropoda. So, what that tells me is that if Panarthropoda is a proposed animal clade including the extant phyla Arthropoda, Tardigrada, water bears, and Oncophora, velvet worms. Well, we already know that velvet worms are not part of this group. Like, or arthropodas, sorry, velvet worms are not in this game. Velvet, not velvet worm, not velvet underground, nothing. I guess our only other option is a tardigrade, a water bear. So let's give that a shot right here. Water bear tardigrade. Oh man, if this is right, then we will have gotten this in 3 guesses, which might be a new record here.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. You ready, chat? Let's go for it. Holy cow, that was it right there, chat. That was it. Excellent. Yes, indeed. And Diatom's Attack, I am so happy that you were here to witness this. Because you have surely encountered many tardigrades in your Twitch adventures. For those of you who are not aware, Diatom's Attack is a fellow scientist here on Twitch, who also streams here on Twitch. Go give him a follow right now if you're not yet doing so. I mean that wholeheartedly and enthusiastically and sincerely and fervently. Go give Diatoma's Attack a follow so that you can see some of the wonders that we're about to witness here on his channel when he streams. His streams are a good deal more chill than mine are, in a good way. It's the sort of thing that you could just kind of relax with. Due to various factors, I've become a little bit more kind of all over the place with my streams. Diatoma's Attack, much more chill. We'll give him a follow. But, that's pretty good. Let's learn a little bit about tardigrades, aka water bears, aka a creature that is ripe for the picking for a giant monster movie. Imagine Diatoma's Attack. Imagine a giant tardigrade demolishing the city of Seattle and using its snoot thing to knock over the Space Needle. You know? Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this right here. Yeah. Why Seattle? Because I haven't seen a lot, you know, there's a lot of, well, I don't know, maybe Atlanta. What's another big major metropolitan? Chicago? I've not seen Chicago destroyed in a major monster film before. But cities like New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, you know, they've taken their licks. I feel like Seattle would be wet enough for a tardigrade to be able to do its thing and not dry out. Seattle would be good. Maybe Atlanta as well. Maybe Miami. Yeah. Look at that. That's a tardigrade right there.
Now, we didn't want to start this channel out with a video about tardigrades. We wanted to share at least a bit about some of the other mind-blowing organisms of the microcosmos first. But we also knew...
Chicago, Transform... That doesn't count, genre.
We are, it must
Those
be...
movies aren't real.
Tardigrade enthusiasts. And we've been excited to watch as a fair number of people have joined us in that enthusiasm. However, of course, and we're not mad about this, the popular narratives about tardigrades have, in their enthusiasm, gotten a few things less than correct, and also...
Yeah, and shoot, I don't even work on microorganisms like this, and I feel already a little bit fed up with all of the things that you hear about tardigrades that, like, oh, they're immortal and they could survive in molten lava, or you can, you know, you can fire them with a howitzer into the Earth's sun and they will still survive. You know, you can explode them with a hydrogen bomb and they are impervious to that. No, none of that's true. They're not magic. They're really cool animals. And they are pretty resilient in a lot of ways. But again, they're not magic. You know? So yeah, you know, it reminds me of, let's see. Yeah, here, take a look at this.
Normally, this tiny animal waddles around on its 4 pairs of plump little legs, sucking the juices out of mosses and lichens. But when the going gets tough, how can the cute and squishy water bear be tougher than a grizzly bear?
Oh, it's not a bear.
The water
Not
bear
even a
is the
vertebrate.
most extreme survivor on the planet, because when conditions get tough, this animal effectively curls up and dies. It loses 99% of the water in its body.
I also missed this salamander, yeah.
Suspended animation.
Yeah.
Let's say a water bear starts getting too cold.
Anybody else love this?
It'll shrink down.
This is honestly, this program was a big part of my childhood. You know, I know it's corny, I know it's cheesy, I know it's over the top, but like this was the kind of when I was a kid, this was the kind of educational programming that could be readily found on broadcast television at the time.
Tracked all its legs and shut down all systems until conditions improve. Once they're in this state, they're practically
And there you go, Arg. Yeah.
Imagine if you were as tough as a water bear. If things started getting too cold,
You wouldn't put any clothes on. You would be naked and bald in the snow.
to do is curl up and lose virtually all the water in your body.
And green,
You'd
to
enter a
boot,
state
yeah.
of suspended animation. Freezing solid would be no problem.
That's
to
very
a
cool, Charlie's
human
Dragon,
water
yeah.
bear.
Yeah.
Water bears can survive temperatures as low as minus 328 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Extreme heat would be
That's
no
like
trouble
15
either.
degrees Celsius.
Water bears have survived a scorching 303 degrees.
Wow.
Imagine if a human was exposed to radioactive material. You could be 150 miles downwind from a nuclear blast and still get a lethal dose of fallout. That's about 500 rontgens, the units used to measure radiation.
Yeah, not good, not
The
terrible.
indestructible water bear has been shown to survive 1,000 times that amount.
I didn't even see that show.
And life in the desert would be no trouble for a water bear. With nothing to drink, most humans would last less than 2 days. But even camels are no match for one incredible water bear. A long time ago,
Which one?
A water bear was trapped in a museum specimen of dried moss. It came back to life when scientists added water to the moss
It was dormant.
120 years later. The water bear's toughness is literally out of this world because it could
Oh, boy.
even survive the vacuum of space. It seems you can never judge an animal by its soft and squishy looks.
And yeah, that's why the water bear is the most extreme. Anyway, let's take a break from the sensationalism for a minute and talk about these creatures as actual living animals, you know?
So, skipped over some of the most
There we go.
clever, of course, and we're not mad about this. The popular narratives about tardigrades have, in their enthusiasm, gotten a few things less than correct, and
But
also
very gently.
skipped over some of the most interesting facets of this celebrity of the microcosmos.
Huh.
So, tardigrades. They're chubby, and they have heads and legs and butts, and they look, at first glance, somewhat familiar. That's why we sometimes call them water bears, or even better, in our opinion, moss piglets, because
Aw.
they are often in the aquatic environments that cling to mosses.
And Chad, I want to give you a challenge right now, actually. So they've been called water bears and moss piglets. Can I issue you a challenge at present? Chat, your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to come up with a better name. Or a more Twitch name for the water bear. Your challenge starts now, and will conclude at the end of this video. Let's see if we can come up with another name for these critters.
Because they are often
Hog
in
hogs.
the aquatic
Sloppy
environments
something.
that cling to mosses. But they are also
Senaton Simpa says, Funky Moist Bear. That sounds very German. Micro dogs, says Bees, yeah. Poglins. That might be a little too Twitch heavy, but yeah. Aqua octopods. There you go, Joe. Yeah. Balinticles. Yeah. But yeah. Mosses get no credit for surviving just like that. Yeah, there's a good point. So Diagonal, who's a plant person, and I mean that in the most respectful way possible, Diagonal. Diagonal says the reason tardigrades have to survive drying out is because their habitat mosses also regularly dry out. But mosses get no credit for surviving, just like the tardigrades. I know, right? Midichlorian says, oh, not the bees. Bog Pog, moss shrimp, pico pigs, Jeffy Jeff. Squishy pillars.
So very unlike macro animals. For one thing, they have 8 legs. For another thing, they are not closely related to anything else on Earth.
Cool.
Though taxonomists are still fighting about this, the leading system places tardigrades inside of a clade called Tactopoda that includes 2 groups. There's tardigrades, and there's something called Euarthropoda. And that other clade includes basically every bug. Insects, arachnids, even crustaceans and trilobites. The organism that branched away from tardigrades has literally millions of species as its ancestor, but the branch that tardigrades sit on, just tardigrades. Though there are over 1,000 described tardigrade species, and there are likely many times more than that out there. But nonetheless, they do look a lot like bears with their claws and stumpy form.
And is a horseshoe crab a bug? It depends on what your definition of bug is, Commodore. Yeah. According to some people, bats are bugs. Like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes. Yeah. Number 1, what are bats? They're bugs, aren't they? Yeah, put that down. Number 1, bats equals bugs. The word bug isn't actually like a real taxonomic group. Bug is not a clade. I feel like that could be a t-shirt. Bug is not a clade. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so are water bears bugs? Are horseshoe crabs bugs? Horseshoe crabs are a kind of crustacean. Are crabs and lobsters bugs? I know up in Maine, I've read that there's a colloquial term for lobsters. People there just call them bugs. But, yeah. And Murph says, insects are crustaceans? Yes. Murph, actually, yes. Yes. Here, if we zoom out here, crustaceans, insects, and more arthropoda, mandibulata, pancrustacea. So recently there's been some kind of shaking up of the arthropod family tree, and there is evidence that insects might be nested within crustacea. So insect would be a kind of crustacean, if that's the case. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Shrimp mites. I like that in Tropic Universe, yeah. Nano bananas, Neverwinter. Let's get back to our water bears.
Of legs. Tardigrades
Red
have
bug.
a
There you go,
right
Commodore.
on the edge of microscopic.
Commodore says, so red lobster could be called red bug, or crimson bug, or el chapulín colorado. Let me know if anybody else understands this reference. Growing up in California, occasionally I would see this on TV. But this was a Mexican or Floridian or... it's a television program. Bumblebee Man from The Simpsons is actually like a knockoff of this right here. El Chapulín Colorado, which means the crimson cricket in Spanish. And it's there's several layers here, but what's going on is it's like the Superman introduction. Oh goodness, I might have to introduce you to this as well. Let's see. 1930s. Let's try this maybe. Yeah.
More powerful than
Oh yeah. Well, there we go. Here we go.
faster than a speeding
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Up in the sky, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman. Yeah. Mama Von says, Danny, my childhood. There you go. Yeah. So now back to my childhood with El Chapulín Colorado. So more agile than a turtle. Más ágil de una tortuga. That's more agile than a turtle.
Más fuerte que un ratón.
Más fuerte de un ratón means stronger than a rat.
Más noble que una lechuga.
Más noble de una lechuga means more brave than a lettuce.
Su escudo es un corazón.
I didn't catch that part.
Chapulín Colorado.
El Chapulín Colorado, the crimson cricket.
El super comediante Chespirito.
Yeah.
Villagrán. Florinda.
Anyway, so that's the presumably the origin of yeah, the origin of this character.
Ay, el estómago.
Run along, you little scamp.
This is the largest TV in the free world. Ay, un gato malódoro.
Oh no. Smelly cat.
Are those our ratings? Let me see. I lost to Channel Ocho. What the hell is that? Dos huevos, por favor. Ay. Oh, qué lástima. I gotta steal that bit. El yoyo es grande. Ay, Chihuahua. As you can see, Simpson, I have taken over all 78 channels, and you won't see any of your favorite shows again until you give in. Action. Ay, 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 no me gusta.
I'm sorry. I'm really not comfortable with this, Ethan.
What's the matter, love?
It's just, it's the same old tired gags, isn't it? I mean, let's give the audience some credit.
How about a giant mousetrap?
I love it.
Action. Ay, 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 no me gusta. Ay, es grande.
Excellent.
Next.
Excellent.
Next.
Exactly.
Anyway, this is a compilation here. We're leaving the thread.
Oh, it's hopeless. I'll have to play myself. Muchas gracias, amigos, por todas las memorias. Y super gracias a Goya.
Goya, it's a real brand. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how we got here, but we were talking about El Chapulín Colorado. Yeah. Best of. Let's see. What is this?
Hace un rato
rato quería decirle que aquí no queremos héroes importados.
Por eso, pero mire, que no querer héroes importados.
Tío Sam.
Shameful.
¿Y tú eres Super Sam?
Oh, yeah. Time in morning.
Chapulín colorado. Tú hablas inglés.
Uncle Sam.
Escucha esto.
Is it-
Hey, Super Sam.
Hey, well, can't find my favorite.
Anyway, yeah. I don't know how we got to this from tardigrades, but let's get back to tardigrades, shall we? Oh, the crimson bug, the crimson cricket. There you go. Yeah. I buy Goya empanadas. I'm sure they're really good, Mayor of Space. I buy Goya's black beans. Goya spices. Good stuff. Good stuff. We just fall into a rabbit hole. We dove into that rabbit hole. We dug further down. We burrowed actively, Phoenix. Yes.
They range widely in size, from
Anyway,
50
tardigrades.
microns long to 1,200 microns, but usually they're under 500 microns in size. Tardigrades can be found in 3 major aquatic environments.
Oh.
Some live in marine or brackish water, others in
Some are in
fresh
seawater,
waters,
really?
ponds, lakes, and rivers.
There are ocean
And
tardigrades?
then there are the terrestrial habitats. But this isn't exactly what it sounds like. See, tardigrades
Offshore
do
Greenland.
live on what we
Go
would
to the
consider
fish, yeah.
land, but they live in films of water clinging to plants and dirt.
I love plants
thin
and dirt.
film, though nearly invisible to us, can be a tardigrade's whole world.
Yeah.
But these films can easily dry up in the daytime, which is part of why tardigrades are so good at surviving difficult situations.
Ocean bear,
which,
take
of
me to the
course,
fair.
we will be
Yeah.
discussing shortly.
Bring me on your hair. Nell, yeah.
They occupy almost every place on Earth, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, from soil to beach sand, rivers, lakes, streams, on mosses, lichens, algae, and plants. We know of a couple of places where we can almost certainly find them waddling around in samples we take. And we will make a whole episode about that process, but that's for later.
Huh.
Although they are aquatic, tardigrades don't swim, they kind of walk. In freshwater, they live among vegetation and mainly feed on the cell contents of plants and algae by piercing the cells with the 2 stylets they have in their mouth part. But some species eat single-celled organisms or even other microanimals, including rotifers, and also
They eat
other
rotifers?
tardigrades.
That's very cool. That's very cool.
Some species...
Diatom's Attack, you're probably not still here, but again, could we get another shout out for Diatom's Attack? If you would like to see these creatures alive, doing their tardigrade thing, go follow Diatom's Attack right now. Diatom's Attack studies diatoms both fossil and recent, and occasionally encounters tardigrades, water bears, moss piglets, squishy sows, whatever you want to call them. He encounters them live on the microscope, under the microscope here on Twitch. Go give him a follow.
Have eyes, besides helping them look super cute.
Do it now! Yeah, thank you, Mayor of Space. Agreed.
They also boggle the mind because they aren't eyes. To be an eye, you have to be an organ. And to be an organ, you have to be composed of tissues that are themselves composed of cells. But each tardigrade eye is, in fact, a single photoreceptive cell.
Whoa.
That
What?
is wild.
That is
In
wild.
their whole body, sometimes containing tens of thousands of cells, they have 2 cells. And those 2 cells are their 2 little eyes.
What?
Tardigrades are also covered in a kind of skin or shell called a cuticle. Coloration is produced by the pigmentation of the cuticle and also the content of the digestive tract. Gray, bluish,
The biggest
yellow, brown.
question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
Astro Alexandra.
Alexandra and their 42 raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
Well, holy cow, Astro Alexandra. How are you doing? It is wonderful to have you here. welcome to Paleontologizing. We were having a bit of an indulgent tangent about water bears. Because, well, it doesn't matter why. Anyway, but, that's outside of my realm of expertise. As a dinosaur paleontologist, Astro Alexandra, first of all, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. And how are things? Everybody, if you're not yet familiar with Astro Alexandra, she does science content here on Twitch as well. She's fairly new to this platform. Go give her a follow, because she has roughly 3 billion followers on TikTok.
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this living in
True.
the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
And Pavlik, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Earnestly, go follow Astro Alexandra. She is doing some really, really cool work here on doing science outreach here on Twitch. And I've been really keen on trying to grow the science community here on Twitch, and Astro Alexandra deserves 10,000 times the number of subscribers that she currently has, and she'll have them soon. You should be one of them.
Which is pretty neat.
And Not Babinski, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Socialicone, thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. So, Astro Alexandra was doing some science outreach in terms of astronomy, I presume. And what's that sound?
Dinosaur.
That's some keen hearing there you got there, Captain Spog.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
It's true, next Zebra.
Many mysteries waiting to be pondered.
It's very true. Welcome, welcome. We literally joined for the water bears. Keep going? Oh, we can. We can get back to the water bears in a little bit. Absolutely. There's a game that we play every day called Metazua, and our animal of the day happened to have something to do with water bears, so that's when we're talking about water bears right now. Tardigrades. These amazing micro animals. And you played it! Really, really? Well, holy cow. That's why we... Well, well, well. Small world. Small world. That's wonderful, Astro Alexandra. That is wonderful. Yeah, we got it too. We got it too. We got it in 3 guesses, I guess. Not too shabby. You got it in 4. Very nice. That's a solid score. Holy cow. I think my average so far is 6. We've been doing this since a little bit before New Year's. Every day on stream. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Astro Alexandra, are you aware of this tool right here? Because this would probably help you out a lot with this. With Metazua. Are you aware of the one zoom tree of life like this? It has a lot of these different clade names. It shows you how living things seem to be related to one another, like in a graphical representation here. It's really, really cool. Here. There it is, yeah. Onezoom.org. Good stuff. And here, I'll give you a link to this one too for all life. But this should help you out a good deal. This is how I, how I play Metazua. Like, we make frequent journeys back to the Tree of Life to make.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to Astro_Alexandra.
Thank you, Murph. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, that might be useful for you. Anyway, Astro Alexandra, I really appreciate the raid, and for all the new folks, we're gonna play a quick welcome video before we get back to tardigrades here. Yeah, and then we're gonna get into Thursday BIRDSday as well. Birds, of course, are the only group of dinosaurs that survived that asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous period. Don't just ask me. Ask any evolutionary biologist. Ask any paleontologist or ornithologist, bird scientist. They'll tell you the same thing. We're getting ready for Thursday BIRDSday here, wherein we take a look at different bird photos submitted by members of this community. We talk about birds and we celebrate birds and their avian majesty, like we do every Thursday. We're going to do that in a little bit, but first off, hang on, goodness. He is very eager. Previously recorded Danny is raring to go here. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, all that good stuff. But before we turn things over to him, hold your horses. Let's get another shout out for Astro Alexandra. I mean this very sincerely, Chad. Everybody who's watching right now, if you're not yet following Astro Alexandra, you are missing out. She is going to be, I think, a force to be reckoned with here on Twitch in terms of science outreach. So give her a follow. Make sure you're in on the ground floor there. Alexandra, thank you again for the raid. And without further ado, previously recorded Danny, it's your time to shine.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Astro Alexandra for that wonderful raid. I really, really appreciate that. It's wonderful to have you here.
These are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
CMC Air Boss, 38 months right there. Thank you so much for that ongoing support. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Holy cow. And once again, if any of you are not yet following Astro Alexandra, here. Is there an asterisk there? There probably is. You are missing out. I wasn't kidding when I said she had an absurd number of followers on TikTok. 2.3 million followers. 80.9 million likes. She does really cool stuff on TikTok, and she is starting off here on Twitch. Get in on the ground floor. Go follow her right now if you're not yet doing so, because she, I think, is going to be really big on this platform. Thank you again, Alexander, for the raid. I really appreciate it. And why don't we talk a little bit about tardigrades, and then we'll... Whatever questions some of these other new folks have about dinosaurs, about paleontology, about the history of life on Earth, we'll get to those. Oh, and also, I should hasten to add that welcome video, it's a little bit old. I'm working on some new ones. A lot has changed since then, including...
Now, Ethan works for the Utah Geological Survey, too.
Doing a bunch of field work in Utah and Wyoming this summer.
Work like this. I'm streaming right now via satellite. There's the Starlink dish right there. And, yeah, I wanted to do something unique to kind of not just tell, but show people how dinosaur paleontology works. How do we find dinosaurs? How do we dig them up? How do we get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory? That's what this is all about. So, welcome, everybody. And I should also acknowledge everybody who's made this possible through their financial support, through subscribing and gifting and cheering and everything else. I could not do this without all of you, so thank you very, very much for that. Yeah. And, oh, do we have a raid coming in? Fantastic. Yeah, excellent.
Anyway,
Hoot House
looking
Live
forward to
Stream,
doing more of
how
these
you
this
doing?
next summer.
Welcome, welcome. It is great to have you here. Yeah. So, given that this is a live broadcast, this is supposed to be interactive. If you have any questions at all during this, don't hesitate to ask them. I also set up a couple of new commands, or a few new commands. If you type in !field commands, I think it is, it should bring up a quick little list of them. Probably be adding more throughout the summer. And, yeah. But the first question that I'll probably get is, where are you right now? So I am in the state of Utah on the eastern side, kind of near Moab, Utah. If any of you know where that is, that's near where I am. So yeah. And again,
In the middle
it's
of
such an
nowhere,
honor
really.
to be able to bring you along for the ride.
So yeah, later on in the stream, you know, we were just opening up the quarry at this point. This is one of our very first streams from Utah this summer. But there were a bunch of other ones. Man, I streamed like 45 times this summer. Sometimes it was a little bit difficult to do so, but we made it work. Digging up dinosaurs in eastern Utah. Yeah.
It may be. It's not a rib. It's expanded at both ends.
So anyway, really looking forward to doing more of this summer. With any luck, cross your fingers, chat, I will be streaming live from the field in May, in June, in July, and in August this summer. Bringing paleontology, field paleontology, dinosaur fieldwork home to you. Answering your questions live, all that good stuff. Yeah. It's Jim Kirkland in his natural habitat, lying down digging dinosaurs. Yeah, there's Jim right there. There he is, doing his thing. And I feel like at some point I bring the camera over so that you can see what Jim was up to. But also, was this the day where we had the big storm? It might have been.
Actually, let me do that.
It started raining.
There we go.
This wasn't the day where we had the big storm. This is a different day.
Shield this with my helmet. Keep the rain off. And
I was struggling to like raid into somebody else before everything got soaked with water. Yeah, it happens. You know, working out there in the field, anything can happen. Anyway, let's get back to water bears, at least briefly here, before we move on to other topics.
Of course, tardigrades are best known for their survival skills.
Ooh,
Many
paleontologists too.
species have the ability to survive environmental extremes, such
Like
as
paleontologists.
temperatures as low as negative 272 degrees Celsius.
Oh boy.
And as high as 150 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like some of the places I've worked in the field have been nearly that cold or that hot.
Extreme radiation, extreme pressures as high as 6,000 atmospheres.
I've never done that.
NASA
Yowza.
sent a bunch of tardigrades to outer space and brought them back alive after exposing the animals to the vacuum of space and extreme radiation from the sun.
Wow.
A tardigrade may have a lifespan of a couple of weeks to more than 100 years. A museum specimen of a dried moss that was in a herbarium for 120 years yielded active tardigrades when soaked in water.
The moss itself also revived after 120 years, as Diagonal pointed out earlier. So yeah, very, very cool that an animal did this. We also have to acknowledge it's very cool that a plant did this too. A plant that was dried out for 120 or 150 years? 120 years. A plant also revived. Kind of moss. So yeah. Yeah. And Takonaka says, hey, are you mainly a paleontologist who covers only dinosaurs or other aspects of ancient history? If we're talking about ancient history like ancient human civilizations, I do not cover those. I'd be a little bit spicy about this. I do not consider those ancient. They are not ancient. Humans have been around only very recently. There are no ancient human civilizations, at least not, like, by the standards of geology. You know? We as human beings have been around for maybe 400,000 years, something like that. Whereas the most recent of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago. And to give you some sense of that, here's the International Chronostratigraphic Charts. We are today up here in the top, like those of us in the era of Twitch.tv, not era, and the briefest of eye-blink moments of Twitch.tv, up here in that black ink, those black pixels in there, at the top of the Cenozoic era. 66 million years ago, at the end of the Mesozoic era, the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds. This is my domain here, the Mesozoic era. From about 250 million years ago to 66 million years ago. Then you've got the Cenozoic, the age of mammals, from 66 million years ago until the present. So ancient human civilizations, they're brand new compared to any of this stuff here. And the Mesozoic, or shoot, the Paleozoic. There are paleontologists who work on things far older than the stuff that I work on in the Paleozoic era. And even before then, you've got the Precambrian right here, or the Neoproterozoic. Much, much, much older than that. So, and of course you can go way, way, way back to the very formation of the Earth itself. Keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling until you get back to 4.6 billion years ago. 46,000 million years ago. The formation of the Earth itself. So yeah. Does that make sense? But here on Paleontologizing, here on this channel, we talk about dinosaurs, about modern animals and their fossil history. We talk about the history of life on Earth. We talk about all kinds of different stuff. But I'm not an archaeologist. Ask me something about, ancient Egypt, and you're barking up the wrong tree. Go follow Melissa in Denial for that. She streams here on Twitch and does stuff about ancient Egypt. She's an Egyptologist. Ask me about the Druids. The Druids. It's a big mystery who they were, or what they were doing, you know? Yeah. I don't know anything about that. It's nothing, geologically speaking. I don't know anything about the Druids. Who they were, or what they were doing. Not my realm of expertise. That makes sense? Yeah. Yeah, thank you, CMC. I appreciate that. Taco Nako, thank you. Kodali, thank you for reposting that. Taco Nako says, I'm sorry, I meant pre-dinosaurs rather than human history. Oh yeah, we talk about that too sometimes. We talk about creatures before the dinosaurs. We talk about creatures from the Paleozoic era, from before the dinosaurs, like I was saying, here. The Mesozoic is the age of the dinosaurs here in blue. Before then, you get the Paleozoic. We talk occasionally about critters from then, too. But I am most qualified to talk about creatures from the Mesozoic era. From the age of the dinosaurs, since dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, what I excavate. That's my scientific wheelhouse. You know, that's my realm of expertise. So it's a dinosaur heavy channel here. And Big Hat Levi, thank you for the follow. I don't know why that alert stopped so quickly. That's odd. But yeah, Anomalocarids. We can talk a little bit about them, Basil, if they come up. But yeah, yeah. Big Hat Levi, yo to you too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Joe 3E, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you. Yeah. But yeah, we were talking about ancient Egyptian whales, Charlie's Dragon. We were talking about them. Just the other day, in fact. Whales in the Egyptian desert? Yes, indeed. We were talking all about them soon, but Tony Martin works on Monday, I believe. He's a paleoichnologist, works on fossil traces, and burrows are one of his favorite things. Yeah. To paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Wow, deja vu, right? Properly. Sorry I'm a little bit late today. Just getting back from the museum in Berkeley a little while ago, where I saw some really cool talks. We're talking about fossil whales this day. It's been a good day. Monday. A couple days ago. Have you here? Welcome everybody. If you're here for the very first time, then let me give you an extra. All right, we get that. Dinosaur fossils in particular. Yeah, we know that. During the summers. Streaming. Yep. Check out at least 3 new species. Yeah, 3 new species of dinosaur. We got that. Expected this summer too. Anyway, in the San Francisco Bay Area. Talking about fossils. I stream 5 days a week here on Twitch. This is 4 days a week this week. I actually have to take tomorrow off to take care of some stuff. But normally it's 5 days a week. Almost every week it's 5 days a week. Yeah, and you wouldn't be wrong. SB says, I am endlessly entertained by how much your background changes every stream. SB, that actually means more to me than you might realize. Holy cow, that makes my heart swell with pride, because I do make a big effort. It takes like an hour every day to change out, you know, what appears in the background of stream every day. To change these picture frames out with new things. Today's Thursday BIRDSday, so you'll notice a distinct avian theme today. But I'm really glad that counts for something, SB. Like that you made my day by saying that. You know? Lordy says Danny is always working on his background. I am. It's true, Lordy. It's true. It takes like an hour every day that I spend changing out things in the background. So it was different on Monday, clearly, than it is today, you know? And look at that. We've got this sawfish rostrum. We've got these palm fronds. We've got these ancient whales here. We've got an Egyptian flag, because we're talking about fossil whales in Egypt. A Tyrannosaur dennery. I'm not sure what is in this frame right here. We've got a Basilosaurus up there, an ancient whale. You know, very different from what we've got going today. In fact, maybe I ought to start talking about this every day with the laser pointer. Should we do that right now? Let's start that habit right now, shall we? this thing work? I shouldn't look down the barrel of a laser pointer. It does work. Good. Well, what do we have today, chat? Let's take a look. Today is Thursday BIRDSday, and we've got a lot of very birdie birds to discuss today. Here, we've got Archaeopteryx, still the earliest fossil bird that we have. This is a 3D print right here. So, not just a picture, but the earliest known fossil bird. That's the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. I don't have a lot of bird 3D prints. We often put this one up here. We've got Scelidosaurus, that skull from yesterday, actually. We didn't really get a chance to really talk about Scelidosaurus yesterday. We went off on all kinds of tangents and everything, so, like... Anyway. Scelidosaurus, this is 3D printed right here. This Scelidosaurus skull. Important critter. Underappreciated dinosaur. Who else have we got? We've got a Hoatzin illustration right there, and a chambered nautilus. It's probably Nautilus pompilosus right there. We've got a forest raked bird. That's a famous illustration by Charles R. Knight, the man who could see through time. Famous paleo artist. Each one of these could deliver us a, 45-minute tangent. We've got Triarchunkus prairiensis. This is the first dinosaur to ever bear my name in a scientific publication. I'm one of the authors on the original publication of the holotype of this animal, Triarchunkus prairiensis. And we've got various other fossil birds over here. Ichthyornis, Hesperornis, some sort of odontornithine bird, I think, and etc. So, yeah, this could be a regular thing in the future where we talk about what's going on in the background, but I've been changing these things out just in the hopes that, like, that keeps things interesting and different and fun for people watching. And, and it's not just, like, a digital background that changes through chroma key or anything, through a green screen. No, like, this is real. It's an actual 3D print of an Archaeopteryx specimen right here. We can examine this under our desk camera. There we go. This is, as a working publishing scientist here on Twitch, I try and make the stream itself reflect the real tangible quality of the stuff that I do, stuff that I work on, So yeah. And Mama Bonbon says, appreciate the pointer, but close-ups would be nice if cameras allow. Without your dismantle, we'll see about that, Mama Bonbon. It'd be really nice to be able to bring a camera around, as long as it doesn't give people motion sickness. To actually, like, scoot a camera around over here. Maybe we'll work on that. I need to maybe upgrade my computer a little bit, give it some more RAM, because I seem to be limited to 3 cameras at present. But we'll see about that. Yeah. Betmether says, I've always enjoyed watching the changing background. I'm glad. I put a lot of work into it, so I'm glad that you appreciate it. That's very validating for me. So thank you for saying so. There we go. I have vertigo, I can test that. Thank you, Mama Bonbon. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Shout out to all the vertigo havers in chat. That is a venerable affliction to have. Also a very fine film. Vertigo with Jimmy Stewart and Kim Novak. Set in San Francisco, no less. That's maybe one of the most famous films ever set in San Francisco, where, yeah, I happen to live in the San Francisco Bay Area. So Vertigo, part of that film took place, right over there. at Fort Point. Just at the base of the Golden Gate Bridge, you know? Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Hopefully I don't get copyright nuked for this.
Feeling of dizziness, a swimming in the head. Figuratively, a state in which all things seem to be engulfed in a whirlpool of terror. As created
Is
by
that the
Alfred Hitchcock in the
is that the actual dictionary definition there? A state in which all things seem to be engulfed in a whirlpool of terror. That doesn't sound like a dictionary definition from a real dictionary. That sounds like it might be more Hollywood, you know, just I almost said embezzlement. Exaggeration.
as created by Alfred Hitchcock in the story that gives new meaning to the word suspense.
Yeah, great film. Some people consider it one of the greatest films of all time. Jimmy Stewart.
There's someone inside me, and she says I must die.
Embellishment. Thank you, Charcone. That's actually the word I was looking for.
A beautiful girl haunted by the desperate, unexplainable urge to destroy herself.
Uh-oh.
A man possessed by the paralyzing vertigo that made him afraid of high places.
Easy now.
Oh, no. Well, this is a cinch. Here, I look up.
Oh, yeah.
I look up.
What was the strange attraction that brought these two together, in spite of the dark
Oh,
forces
racy.
that tore them apart?
Oh, no.
The specter.
Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Vertigo. How did we get on that? Who even knows? We were talking about tardigrades. And I'll give you a link to this video about tardigrades, but I feel like if we try and finish this, that'll be another hour that we spend on tardigrades and various other tangents. It might be time to get into Thursday BIRDSday here in a moment. Kirklebang says, Kindergarten Cop, vote for a goat. Greatest of all time? Stalatuma. Who's your daddy and what does he do? Kirklebangs. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. Tangent grades. Yeah, there you go, Diagonal. Yeah. Here. Let's, without further ado, it is Thursday. It is Thursday BIRDSday. It's about time we got into Thursday BIRDSday here. It's about time we talked about birds being the last surviving dinosaurs. And let's pull up a little video about that first of all. Before we dive into Thursday BIRDSday, just to give us some context. Yeah. Let's try this from National Geographic.
When an asteroid slammed into Earth 66 million years ago, only about 20% of all animal species survived. So, whatever happened to these lucky few?
Yep. Ooh, what in the world is that walking there?
Birds come from a long line of survivors. It started millions of years before the asteroid strike with a dinosaur family called theropods.
Yep.
The theropod family featured reptilian specimens, some of which had bird-like traits, including
That's misleading to show us.
Family featured reptilian.
To show us alligators here. Alligators are not theropods. They're not even dinosaurs. That's misleading to show us that. You know, birds literally are theropods. So.
Feet. A distant cousin of theropods and today's birds was the Archaeopteryx.
No, that's also not true. National Geographic, what is wrong with you? Archaeopteryx is not a distant cousin of theropods. It is a theropod. It's part of Theropoda. Ask anybody. That's the... This is frustrating.
Fossils from Germany date the animal to about 150 million years ago. And they show how the animal may have even had both reptilian and avian traits. Many ancient birds would...
And reptilian and avian traits. Avian traits are reptilian traits. Birds evolved from dinosaurs, which were a kind of reptile. So, I don't know. This is not worded very well.
This mishmash of traits. But eventually, some of these avian dinosaurs evolved to have more recognizably bird-like characteristics.
There you go.
One example is the sparrow-sized Cynornis santensis, discovered in China around 1990. The archaic creature is considered one of the first birds capable of flight.
That's not true. Cynornis is from like 30 million years after birds evolved flight. What are they even talking about? What? Whatever. National Geographic Channel is all ice truckers and extreme axemen and yeah, and Pawn Star, you know, Bigfoot, ice fishermen, and etc.
One of the first birds capable of flight. In 1992, a new specimen was discovered in Antarctica. Called Vijavis ii, the 67-million-year-old creature may have looked like a duck and sounded like one. The fossil included a vocal organ called a syrinx, which is only found in today's quacking waterfowl.
Ice Ghost Truckers.
About a million years
Ice Ghost Bigfoot alien truckers. Yeah.
The asteroid struck Earth and redirected the evolutionary paths of many animals, including birds.
Yep.
3 bird groups of the...
That was actually a really decent animation there. Here.
Asteroid struck Earth and redirected...
This phylogeny right here, this evolutionary family tree.
Including birds.
Yeah. So it's really nuts. Most birds didn't actually survive that asteroid impact. It's something like 90% of bird species died out when that asteroid hit 66 million years ago. Same one that wiped out all the other dinosaurs. It also wiped out most of the birds. There's only like a few bird species that survived that. And here's a nice little... This has not been published yet. Shoot, but it will be soon, hopefully. About 94%, according to this study here, 94% of bird species died out at the end of the Cretaceous period. I don't know if this is localized to North America or if this is global. I presume it's probably localized to North America. Again, this figure has not been published yet, but this is based on preliminary data. And yeah, it's like 94% of birds died out at the end of the Cretaceous period. So they almost did not survive. And you can see that right here. It's only a few lineages that survived and then diversified wildly after that event.
3 bird groups of the theropod family
there you go, Cass. Yeah, the tooth birds
did both. Cataclysmic event, and scientists are still uncertain as to how.
The hydrates.
Ever since, birds have been able to adapt and evolve, eventually blooming into the over 10,000 species alive today.
Yeah.
So the next time you're looking out at your bird feeder, remember that you're looking at the modern-day dinosaurs.
True. Don't just take it from me. Take it from any paleontologist, any biologist, any ornithologist, bird scientist. They will tell you the same thing. Come on, Nat Geo, stop. And that's what we celebrate here on Thursday BIRDSday. Happy Thursday, everyone. Happy Thursday BIRDSday. If you're wondering what in the world I'm talking about right now, well, this little video should clear things up. Happy Thursday BIRDSday.
Hold on, something's coming out of here.
Oh, and hang on a minute. Al-Hazred That's actually some beautiful timing there. Happy Thursday birthday to you, Alhazred. And look at all of those lovely theropod dinosaurs.
In force with their army of 131 chickens.
Alhazred, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. Alhazred, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good, and it's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy moly. What kind of awesome computer science wizardry did you get up to today, Alhazred? Thanks for raiding in. For those of you who are new to this channel, let me introduce you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are my passion, my object of study, the thing I publish on and dig up and everything else. So, yeah. But despite what you may have learned in school, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. I know this is not some sort of crazy creationist pseudoscience sort of thing.
Scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Yeah, you could ask a scientician. Thank you, Julian Detziter. Julian Detziter, thank you for the follow. Ask any paleontologist, any biologist, any ornithologist, bird scientist, they'll tell you birds are kind of living dinosaur. Dinosaurs never went completely extinct. Birds are the only living group of dinosaurs. And we're about to celebrate that here on this channel with Thursday BIRDSday in just a moment. So yeah, JH the Brickman, thank you for the follow. Welcome to thank you for being here. Clem Solais, thank you for the follow. Clem Solais, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing, JH the Brickman? I recognize those emotes there. Yeah.
Look at this graph.
And thank you, Jasiek665 for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Good stuff. Here, we've got a bunch of cool new people here who came in with the wonderful Alhazred. Hope you had an excellent time hacking today. Hope it was good. And, Pengaiku, thank you for the follow as well. Pengaiku. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It might be time for a quick welcome video before we start in on Thursday BIRDSday. Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like to see a welcome video. Not the same one that we just saw earlier with previously recorded Danny, but a different welcome video with previously recorded Danny. Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like to be introduced royally to this channel. If you would like to see what this whole thing is all about, I would be happy to oblige you there. I'm seeing some 1s. Well, good stuff. And Julian Detziter, well, that decides it there. Let's go for it. We'll get into Thursday BIRDSday in just a minute here, but for right now, let's bring forth our friend previously recorded Danny to introduce all these cool new folks to this channel, to tell them why in the world a paleontologist is here on Twitch. And hang on a second, goodness. He's very eager. We'll let him take center stage right now. Can we get another shout out there for Alhazred? I'd really appreciate that. Everybody, if you're into computer science and hacking, go follow Alhazred right now here on Twitch. Good stuff. Practitioner, scholar, and teacher of the eldritch knowledge of hacking. If you would like to learn the eldritch knowledge of hacking, go follow Alhazred. That's a lovely little blurb right there. Well written, Alhazred. Anyway, previously recorded, Danny. I know you're raring to go. Take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, Where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you.
It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
And they
movies.
said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex.
And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs.
Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Shurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved.
And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here.
I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too.
I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do.
Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And Alahazred, thank you even more for your wonderful raid there. I do really appreciate that, and hope you had a wonderful stream. Holy cow. I'm in the process of making some new welcome videos like this one. That one's a little bit old. I've done a bunch of field work since then, and live streamed it, and plan to do more of that this summer. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see our recordings from last summer, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur in Wyoming and Utah this summer. Summer of 2023, I mean. Summer of 2024, who knows what's in store. Very excited to find out along with all of you. So yeah, hopefully that gives you a good sense for who I am, where I came from, all that stuff. But it is Thursday, and it is getting late in the stream. It's almost 6 p.m. here. It is about time for Thursday BIRDSday. So why don't we start in with that, huh? Birds are the only group of living dinosaurs that we still have. Crocodiles are not dinosaurs. Alligators, lizards, turtles, Komodo dragons, whatever. None of those are dinosaurs. Birds are the only group of dinosaurs that survived that extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous period. And on Thursday BIRDSday, we celebrate our feathered friends. So everyone, happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. Let's get into it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Hello everybody. Welcome to Thursday BIRDSday. Why don't we get into it here? Shall we? Let's take a look at some of those wonderful photos submitted by members of this community on the Discord. It's Friday. I'm in love with Thursday BIRDSday. It's Thursday. Dame Karen. And our first one today is from the Mayor of Space. It says, years ago, my brother and I hung out with this friendly swan at Lake Eola in Orlando. Yeah. Check that out. What a majestic theropod dinosaur here. And you've got all these ibises walking around too. It's not common for a swan to be friendly, so that's pretty cool. And it's Friday in Australia? It is. Okay. Thursday BIRDSday is Friday in Australia. I think we can all accept that. But very cool, Mayor Space. Swans. They are majestic, but often ornery. It's uncommon to come in contact with such a friendly swan. It's pretty cool, Mayor Space. That is pretty cool. It's Friday in Europe, too. Well, okay. It's already Friday in Europe. Well, shoot. Here in the sunny San Francisco Bay Area, it's still Thursday, okay? That's where I am. But anyway. For those of you who are already in the future, good for you. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope it's a bright, sunny future. I hope you've solved the problems the rest of us still here in the past are dealing with. But anyway, Mayor of Space, thank you for posting this lovely swan. Look at that sinuous neck there. Swans have got so many cervical vertebrae. It's kind of nuts. Look at all those neck vertebrae, and look how sinuous their neck could be. So Mesozoic dinosaurs, for the most part, they did not have necks nearly as flexible as that. You know, that's crazy. Yeah. Do we need to move it to Wednesday? No, that's our day with Bullet, Murph. We can't move it to Wednesday. Anyway, Bullet, or Mayor Space, thank you for posting there. Good stuff. Imagine having a neck that long or that flexible, Sparky Pugwash. They could practically tie that neck into a knot. Look how flexible that is. Holy cow. Although it's flexible in the vertical plane, I wonder if it's flexible in the horizontal plane. It might not be. You know? I'm not sure. Here, I want to look that up, actually. Just quick Google search for kicks and giggles. Swan neck flexibility. That is not what I was looking for. Whatever. Yeah. Apparently that's a thing with human figures. Yeah. And it's 3 a.m. in Poland. Holy cow. Jasiek, I'm going to sleep tomorrow. Today, workday. But I'm also glad Alhazred rated this channel. It's gold. Dinosaurs are awesome. Dinosaurs are awesome. Jasiek, I appreciate you saying so. Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that. Thank you. We'll recommend you to my 8-year-old nephew who is a fan of dinosaurs. It would be wonderful to have your nephew here. We would love to have him here. Yeah. Thank you, Jasiek. You sleep well. Thank you. And thank you, Spartan, for gifting Jasiek. Is it Jasiek or Jasiek? It's probably Jasiek, isn't it? Jasiek, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Big rock from the sky. Created pressures for smaller dinosaurs to be lighter. No, like, it didn't even create pressures. It's just it created this, like, really fine sieve for only a few creatures to pass through. Entropic universe. That's a better way to think of it. Birds already existed during the time of the dinosaurs. There were already birds flying around during the age of the dinosaurs for like... Birds first evolved like 160 million years ago. And then the dinosaurs, except for birds, died out 66 million years ago. So there's almost 100 million years there for birds to evolve and do their thing. And only a very few species of them survived during that. So yeah. So filter it. Exactly. Yeah. Here, there's a lovely video about that. From PBS Eons. Let's see. They actually got a fair number of birds had teeth. Let's see. One of them was here. Why are birds the only surviving dinosaurs? Let's talk about that. Good stuff.
Dinosaurs were the dominant land animals for hundreds of millions of years.
Yep.
But then, 66 million years ago, an asteroid hit Earth. Dust clouds filled the sky and blocked out the sunlight. It became much colder. Plants died, and because it was so cold and dark, new ones didn't grow very well. Large volcanic eruptions also added to the bad conditions.
Actually, that's the thing. We're not totally sure about this. Large volcanic eruptions may have actually made conditions less bad by raising global temperatures prior to that asteroid impact. But that's a discussion for another time. We don't actually know if volcanic eruptions contributed to the extinction. They may have ameliorated several conditions leading up to the extinction, but yeah.
Most dinosaurs were wiped out, but one group survived. These were the avian dinosaurs, which most of us know as birds.
It's birds.
So why were birds the only dinosaurs that survived? There are three main ideas. Firstly, most birds are small. The ones that survived the mass extinction of the dinosaurs.
In other words, they are diddy. Birds are diddy. They are diddy creatures. They are small.
Dinosaurs were no bigger than ducks. Small creatures breed faster. This means they adapt quicker to new situations. So birds were able to adapt more quickly to the new conditions than larger animals could. Birds' small size also gave them another advantage. They didn't need to eat as much as large animals.
Yep.
This was handy because food became harder to find. A second reason for bird survival is the fact they eat pretty much anything. Birds eat a lot of different things, including seeds, fruit, insects, and even fish. This is partly thanks to their different beak shapes. More and more beak shapes appeared from about 80 million years ago onwards.
Yep.
A third reason birds survived is because they could fly. Flying takes less energy than walking or running to travel long distances.
To a certain
birds can
extent,
easily escape the bad conditions and find new food sources and safer places to
maybe? I don't know. This one almost seems misleading to me. Like, there's certain areas where just everything got destroyed. So, like, North and South America were pretty much wiped out by this asteroid impact. If you're a bird trying to fly away from that, like, you're toast. You know? This seems like an oversimplification. But, yeah, I don't know. The more... the thing that actually makes more sense is that bird diet may have actually contributed to certain birds surviving the extinction event. There was a paper that came out recently. Yeah, here we go. Seed eating may have helped beaked birds survive. The birds that had teeth at the time did not survive the extinction event, but the birds that had beaks did survive. And this might be part of it, is that birds that had beaks were able to to get away with eating seeds. Seeds can be pretty resilient. They can survive when there's a global apocalypse. You can still find seeds around. Even if you can't find animals to eat, or insects, or fish, or whatever else, you can find seeds. Sunflower seeds, you can eat them even after they're roasted. You know? Seeds are pretty tough. So this is... I'll give you a link to this article here in the Royal Ontario Museum. But yeah. And Salamander says, was it chance that toothed birds died out? Or did all toothed birds also share traits that made them less adaptable? Because surely it wasn't the fact that they had teeth that was the deciding factor? It seems to have been chance. Yeah, Salamander. Yeah. And how many dinosaurs could outfight a T-Rex? Says MavK14. What size of T-Rex, Mav? Because Tyrannosaurus is not just like one animal. It is one, it says Tyrannosaurus rex is a single species of animal, but they went through tremendous changes as they grew and matured. They start off very small, then over the years they'd get larger and larger. At about teenager stage, they've got these very long, leggy legs. They're probably very fast runners. And then only when they are full-grown adults do they reach this adult stage like this. And this sort of thing is really important to consider when we're talking about dinosaurs, So full size, there are not many other dinosaurs. Well, there's a few other dinosaurs in this environment that could probably outfight a T-Rex, that lived with T-Rex. Yeah, Edmont, well, it's funny, the dinosaurs that might be able to outfight a T-Rex at the time were the dinosaurs that lived with T-Rex at the time. Creatures like Edmontosaurus, this huge duck-billed dinosaur that was even bigger than T-Rex at the time. It doesn't have any big obvious horns or teeth or anything like that to be used as offensive weapons, but just by its sheer bulk, it might have been able to, it would give T-Rex, even an adult T-Rex, a run for its money in certain circumstances. But also, Triceratops. One of the biggest of the horned dinosaurs, with those formidable horns. It would also have given T-Rex paws. So yeah. I'm only talking about these dinosaurs because they lived at the same time in the same place as T-Rex. If we're talking about which dinosaurs could beat a T-Rex in a fight? Well, in science, we have to deal with, reality, facts. So could Spinosaurus beat a T-Rex in a fight? We don't really know that, And I think I even have a command for that. Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Me? Can it outrun the Flash?
You bet.
Can Superman outrun the Flash?
Sure, why not?
Well, basically, we're just arguing, can Superman outrun the Flash? If you're talking about animals that lived at different times in different places, who really cares, We're here to talk about creatures that actually would have lived and interacted with one another, which Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops They certainly did get into fights, and we actually have direct fossil evidence of this. We have tooth marks on the bones of Triceratops specimens that show that Tyrannosaurus ate Triceratops. Likewise for Edmontosaurus. We know that this dinosaur was also preyed upon by Tyrannosaurus. They actually interacted. They actually fought. And that is really, really cool. So that's the kind of thing that I get excited about. You know, does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. So yeah. Pipcat says Conan O'Brien wrote that episode. Yeah, Marge versus the Monorail, season 4 of The Simpsons. Exquisite. Brilliant. One of the best Simpsons episodes ever. Pipcat, yeah. Yeah. And Righteous Indignity says, I'm not subbed. Is it okay to ask a question? Uh-oh, you just did, Righteous Indignity. I see a question mark there. You did just ask a question. No, of course it's... You are perfectly welcome to ask a question. These broadcasts are free. I do science outreach as a means of... This is supposed to be a public service. You can subscribe if you want the emotes and if you want it to not have to watch ads and stuff. But this is meant for everybody. Please ask your question, Righteous Indignity. Although I appreciate you being so courteous. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And the flying dinosaur bones they found all over... The flying dinosaur bones they found, it's all over my feed. Why is it such a big deal? Flying dinosaur bones. Birds are the only flying dinosaurs, Righteous Indignity.
Spartan Zero gifted a tier 1 sub to Righteous_Indignity. They have given 853 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Spartan. Oh, and we're... Ooh, This is delicious right here. Righteous Indignity, because there's a little bit of a misperception there in your question, and it provides a wonderful teaching opportunity. So, I think what you're talking about here is, here. What you're talking about is this new pterosaur from Scotland. Correct? What's it called again? Here. What was this critter called? I'll find it. Don't tell me. It's from the Isle of Skye in Scotland. And it is called Chiroptera evansii. Yeah. Why is this such a big deal? Well, it's cool that we've got a brand new pterosaur from the Jurassic period of Scotland. There's only ever been one other pterosaur discovered in Scotland. It's called Jark. And now we've got a new one. Now we've got 2. So I think partly it's Scottish pride that makes this so interesting and exciting. So yeah. But I don't even know if we have any YouTube videos about it yet. Do we? We don't. Shoot. I'm kind of jealous that your feed is full of this right now, Righteous Indignity. Yeah. But this critter, Chiropterus, is new and a little bit exciting. So that's part of it. But it's not a dinosaur, it's a pterosaur. So I'll explain the difference in a minute. There we go. This is why Wikipedia is such a wonderful resource for paleontology, especially vertebrate paleontology. This was just discovered, or just published the other day. And it's already got a full article. Yeah. It's an extinct genus of Darwinopteran pterosaur from the Middle Jurassic Kimmelag Formation of Scotland. cool stuff. We'll probably be seeing more of this in the news. In the coming days. But there we go. From Sci News there. New pterosaur species identified from Skye fossils. Skye is the Isle of Skye in Scotland. It's an island off the coast of Scotland. Yeah. Very cool. So, what's so exciting about it is that it's new. That's really the big thing. Yeah. Its discovery shows that the clade was considerably more diverse than previously thought, and persisted for more than 25 million years, from late early Jurassic to the latest Jurassic. The discovery also shows that all principal Jurassic pterosaur clades evolved well before the end of the early Jurassic, earlier than previously realized. Like to learn more about this? Here is a question right there. Righteous Indignity says, "Gotcha, my son brought it to me, and I didn't have an answer, so I figured I'd ask." There you go. Part of it is that we don't have a lot of pterosaurs. Pterosaurs are the flying reptiles. Yeah, here's pterosaurs here.
Much like today's birds, pterosaurs ruled Earth's Mesozoic skies.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of them from the early Jurassic, or even the middle Jurassic.
Dinosaur cousins roamed below. But these were no birds.
Nope.
Pterosaurs were flying reptiles, and some were as big as fighter jets.
Yep. Yeah.
Pterosaurs means winged lizard in Greek, and they were the very first vertebrates on Earth to take to the skies.
Oh, yeah.
The most well-known pterosaur is the pterodactyl. It was the first one discovered back in the 18th century, but since...
And so, pterodactyl. So this is a phrase that the general public knows really, really well. And it's gotten a lot of publicity. It's used in a lot of, like, books and toys and video games and stuff like that. But paleontologists don't really use this term very much. We say pterosaur. Pterodactyls are like, well, it's kind of a common name for this particular genus. This particular kind is called Pterodactylus. And that's been kind of shortened to pterodactyl for the general public. And I feel like a lot of people in the general public, they just kind of use this as a term for, like, flying reptiles in general. But it's really kind of like this critter. If you want to talk about flying reptiles in general, if you want to talk about pterosaurs, use the word pterosaur. That's what we as scientists use. That's the proper term for the whole group. Does that make sense?
Pterodactyl. It was the first one discovered back in the 18th century, but since then, paleontologists have uncovered more than 200 different species, including pteranodons, which were quite large, and Quetzalcoatlus, one of the most massive pterosaurs of all. Named for the Aztec winged serpent god, Quetzalcoatlus had a wingspan of nearly 40 feet and likely soared through the skies hunting for baby dinosaurs below. Some, like Anuognathus, were the size of small birds and probably preferred to eat insects. With such a wide range in pterosaur size, there is ongoing debate over how some species were able to fly, but similarities in their wing structure and anatomy may offer clues. Pterosaur wings ran along their sides from shoulder to ankle.
Yep.
Each wing was held up and supported by an elongated digit.
That's their fourth finger right here. So their ring finger is their wing. That's what the word, well, pterosaur means wing lizard. Pterodactyl means wing finger. They've got a super crazy long fourth finger right there. So not like a bat, Righteous Indignity. Bats have got a different kind of a system. Where bats have got their finger, they've got multiple fingers that support that wing membrane. Right here. Yeah. Digit 5, digit 4, digit 3, digit 2, and then they have digit 1 right there. Their thumb is separate. And pterosaurs, it's different. There's just one finger that supports the whole wing. So it is similar in the sense that there's a skin membrane, so you're absolutely right about that. But in pterosaurs, it's even weirder and cooler. So that's just their wing finger. That's just their ring finger. Digit 4 right here. They don't even have a digit 5 anymore. It's digit 4, and there's digit 3, 2, and 1 right there. So that's the hand. There's that little hand right there. And their fourth finger is way thicker than the rest of all their fingers. It's way thicker than the whole hand. Their fourth finger, imagine if your ring finger, imagine if that was like as thick or thicker than like your radius and ulna or your humerus, your upper arm bone. Like, isn't that cool? It's so weird and neat. It's so bizarre. That's just their fourth finger right there. Their fourth finger, imagine if your fourth finger was longer than the whole rest of your arm and just as thick as the rest of your arm too. That's what's going on with these guys.
The first pterosaur ever discovered was actually named for this characteristic.
Yep.
Pterodactyl is a combination of the Greek words for wing and finger.
You betcha.
Each
Yeah.
pterosaur wing consisted of a tough membrane laced with blood vessels, fibrous cords, and muscles. And it has been theorized that the muscles could alter the shape of their wings in mid-flight.
Which is really cool. You know how, like, airplanes, when they're taking off or landing, they've got those wing flaps that come up? We think that pterosaurs could actually control the shape of their wing membrane. They could make the trailing edge of it go up or down as they're landing or taking off like that. Yeah. And somebody wanted to know... Oh, yeah, Cooking Fat wants to know, could pterosaurs take off from the ground? Could they take off from the ground? Yes, indeed. They could probably really, really well. Which is crazy to think about because most bats today, we think of bats as being pretty good flyers. Most bats cannot take off from the ground. But these guys could take off from the ground. And we actually have... so different paleontologists have studied this. And come up with what we call the pterosaur quad launch. So the idea is that these animals could basically rocket themselves up into the air. They could kind of like, you know, they take their hands and they pole vault themselves up into the sky like that. And then they start flapping, and then they take off. It's called the quad launch hypothesis. And so... it's crazy, because bats have been around for like 50 million years, and most bats still haven't evolved this ability. Most bats have to climb up a tall thing and then drop down with gravity to build up enough speed to be able to take off into the air. So, yeah. So it seems like pterosaurs would have been... I don't know. All other things being equal, pterosaurs would have been better at flying than bats are today. If that makes sense. Can I find you a video of the quad launch? Let's try that. Let's try this. Yeah, quadrupedal launch in pterosaurs. So they start off like this. A crouch. And then... vault, so they vault themselves into the air like that. Yeah. And Flowers of Salt says, imagining a 40-foot Quetzalcoatlus doing a ground takeoff sounds awesome. Agreed. 1,000,000%, yeah. That would be so cool to see. You know? Because Quetzalcoatlus was a sizable animal. You're talking about a creature the size of a giraffe. Taking off into the sky by vaulting itself forward on its forelimbs like this. Imagine that. Imagine a giraffe-sized animal taking off from the ground and flying up into the sky. Because, you know, that's Quetzalcoatlus right there. That's a life reconstruction next to a human adult man person. You know? Like, this is an animal as big as a giraffe. Imagine a giraffe taking off into the sky, you know? Good night, that's huge. I know, right? Righteous Dignity? It's amazing. Yeah. But these animals could... We know they could fly. And it's so cool to think about. Here, maybe take a look at this right here. Here's T-Rex.
Tyrannosaurus Rex. North America's top predator. With his 6-inch long teeth, tearing through an alamosaur's tough skin is not a problem.
Watch out, little Troodonted. Get out of the way.
T-Rex might be able to bully troodontids, but a carcass as big as this soon attracts more formidable competition.
Uh-oh. What could be more formidable than a troodontid? A big Asdarkid pterosaur.
Quetzalcoatlus, a giant pterosaur.
Yeah.
One of the few creatures that will challenge an adult tyrannosaur.
Look at that. And look at how weird it is when they fold their wings like this and walk across the ground. That is, I can see how to some people that might be some kind of uncanny and like almost creepy. But I don't know. I think it's really cool. Like, what a beautiful creature. And look at that, Nyanza. Yeah. Yeah.
One strike from its 6-foot-long beak could easily cost T-Rex an eye.
Ooh, you don't want to lose those eyes. You've only got 2 of them.
Even so, it seems that he's not going to back down.
Uh-oh. Now there are 2 of them.
The arrival of a second Quetzalcoatlus changes the odds.
Uncanny, but in a good way. Yeah, Bette Midler, right? Right?
After all, 2 beaks are deadlier than 1.
Yeah.
For T-Rex, this is now too dangerous. Some fights just aren't worth the risk. For now, the flying giants have won.
And I'm sure that encounters like this did happen during the latest Cretaceous period here in North America. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, pterosaurs, pretty amazing animals. You know? Yeah. Now there are two of them. This is getting out of hand. Yeah, there you go, Ashley. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, as darkened wings do often look a little bit small, Ragnarocker. It's true. It's true. But we know these animals could fly. Yeah. And they, random admit, they did not just have hollow bones like modern birds. Holy cow. Pterosaurs had the hollowest of hollow bones. Here, this gets back to the origin of a certain meme, chat. Take a look at this.
Pterosaur's commitment to flight was capped by a lightweight but very strong skeleton. Berkeley paleontologist Kevin is an expert on the evolution of flight and the anatomy of pterosaurs.
Yeah.
First thing you know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as a pancake, and it's like it was just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's a very this bone comes
it's a humerus right there.
Upper arm like this. It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle. You go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like, except there's nothing in the middle of it. I mean, it's just completely air-filled, and
incredibly
it's squashed flat, and the bone walls are very, very thin. Now, you might think this would make it a very weak bone, but in fact, we checked this out with some engineers at Stanford, and we're working with them, and they showed us that, in fact, the big diameter of this arm is what really makes it strong.
Despite its hollow center, the thickness of the walls of the pterosaur bones enabled them to withstand the forces of flight.
And yeah, I mean, shoot, they're extremely thin-walled. They are about as thin as the walls of a dirter. Can we get some dirter sound drops in the chat?
Dirter.
That's paleontologist Kevin Padian of the University of California Museum of Paleontology, just down the road from me here in California. But yeah, there's nothing to measure. You can't do histo on those bones, Psychoanalysis. They're so thin. It's like it's thinner than this, you know? Those bones are incredibly thin. Even thinner than bird bones. Oh yeah. And where is the marrow then? They don't need that? Yeah, they don't need that. They don't got it, salamander. They've evolved beyond the need for bone marrow. Yeah. Isn't that cool? And by the way, yes, you can, if you'd like to, refer to this as a dirter, because it is actually a thing. Yes, dirter on Urban Dictionary. Noun. Cylindrical, light, stock cardboard tube used to wrap toilet paper and paper towels, among myriad other paper and cardstock products. Once the paper is exhausted, it is no longer used in its original capacity. It is used to trumpet one's voice around the room or venue in a similar fashion to a megaphone or a vuvuzela. Yeah, dirter. There you go. Yeah. That's what Rihanna was singing about. Presumably Sparky Pugwash. Or some other aspect of pterosaur anatomy, perhaps. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. But holy cow, we've been going on this for like an hour and we've only gotten through one bird for Thursday BIRDSday. We gotta continue this, chat. We gotta continue this. Holy cow, let's move on here. And birds do have bone marrow. It's just a lot of the interior of their bones is air, Spartan. Yes, you're right about that. Yeah. This is very like sparsely distributed throughout their hollow bones. So yeah. And a spotted a woodpecker up in the tree at the park. The wind was very loud and Woody was very high up, but the pecking was quite still audible. Steely Dan, I like this circle that you've painted around that woodpecker there. Very nice. Woodpeckers are a wonderful example of a modern dinosaur. I'm glad you got to see one there, Steely Dan. Good stuff. Good stuff. Joy says it sounds like a pileated woodpecker, or looks like a pileated woodpecker. Very nice. Yeah. Axeman's got a beautiful American goldfinch.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living
And
creatures
Creatrix
from the
Brit.
dawn of time.
Holy cow.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Oh no! Look at that Raptidontian ornithopod.
Creatrix_Brit and their 54 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Thank you, Creatrix Brit, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow, Brit, that's a big old raid. Holy moly. Congrats. How are you doing, Brit? By the way, Brit, I got your email yesterday. I haven't responded to it yet, but what a wonderful idea. I'm on board. I am on board, Brit. Let's do something special for the bilbies prior to Easter this year. This wonderful Australian marsupial, the bilby. Count me in, Brit. I'll reply to your email soon. But good stuff. I'm excited about this. Holy cow, I've had so many emails and there's so much going on the past couple days. I have to take tomorrow off from stream, actually, because I have so many things going on. Things I gotta get done. But, Brit, thank you for your very thoughtful email. I will respond, but for right now, the answer is yes. Count me in. Brit, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. And Beep Dog, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're celebrating Thursday BIRDSday right now with some lovely birds submitted by members of this community into the Discord. And for those of you who are not familiar with Thursday BIRDSday, I feel like let's just play a quick Thursday BIRDSday opener video. Ensign Rick, thank you for those 3 months. I appreciate that, Ensign Rick. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for your ongoing support. Holy cow. Here. Britt, we're doing Thursday BIRDSday right now. Britt, have you seen the welcome video for Thursday BIRDSday? Have you seen the... Let's for those of you who are new, all of you scores of viewers coming in with Creatrix Britt. There's a lovely bird right there, summoned by Ensign Rick.
Ensign Rick is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Quite serious indeed. Holy cow, Ensign Rick. Thank you very much for those 5 gift subs. Well, you came in just in time for Thursday BIRDSday. Welcome, Ensign Rick. And Raiders. Thank you, Ensign Rick. It's Thursday BIRDSday.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Yes, happy Thursday BIRDSday, Creatrix Brit and Raiders. It is so good to have you here, and welcome. We are trying to get through these birds that were submitted by members of this community to our Discord, and before we get back to that, if any of you here are not familiar with Creatrix Brit and her wonderful content, if you happen to be interested in things like 3D printing, I was doing some 3D printing myself, actually. I'll be assembling this, hopefully over the weekend. A life-size ancestral fossil horse. Eohippus. Creatrix Brit does stuff like this too, but does it not for fossil science, but for, you know, like things like cosplay. Star Wars, in particular. I believe, when you say there's only ever 2 Sith at a time, I'm not sure if that's the case. Creatrix Brit might be among them. Always a master and apprentice. No, I think Creatrix Brit also exists there at the same time. If you're into Star Wars, go follow Creatrix Brit. She does all kinds of cool Star Wars stuff. Does 3D printing, cosplay. It's just always a good time. Like her name says, she is into creative things. And go give her a follow if that sounds interesting to you, because I guarantee you it is. Thank you, Britt, again for the follow, or for the raid. Well, excuse me. I've been streaming for too long at this point. We gotta get through this. But yeah. We just like our space from each other. There you go. You too, Britt. Thank you. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you, Britt, for the raid. And I'll reply to your email soon.
Extinction is no shame,
Yeah.
no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become
Paleoscience Shake,
Become
Paleoscience
extinct.
Shake, Paleoscience Shake.
Gregorio Robertos, thank you so much for those 7 months of support.
Paleoscience Shake.
Good stuff. Thank you for keeping me here online with your continued support, Gregorio. It means a lot to me. It really does. Good stuff. Let's get back into Thursday BIRDSday here. Axeman has got a beautiful, I didn't have to say it, Axeman said it, a beautiful American goldfinch. American goldfinch. I think we have a song for that, don't we? I think we do. American goldfinch, don't we have a drop for that? We do indeed. American goldfinch. Yeah, here we go. Good stuff. American goldfinch in its winter coat, waiting its turn at my feeder. Goldfinches are strict vegetarians. Oh, I can relate. So much so that when cowbirds sneak their eggs into a goldfinch nest, the cowbird young seldom lives past 3 days because they cannot survive on the all-seed diet that goldfinches feed their babies. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Look at that. Yeah, that is really lovely there. Axeman. Thanks for posting. Here, let's pull up American goldfinches on our Tree of Life here. American goldfinch. Stay away from me. Yeah. Yeah. And can we get a shout out for Science Streams too? Because Balint just shouted me out. Let's give Science Streams a shout out here. Let's return fire. Thank you, Lenina. American goldfinch. I've seen plenty of these in my neighborhood as well. Oh yeah. American goldfinch. Good stuff. Thank you for your post there, Axeman. That is good. Good stuff. Excellent. And I appreciate it, Axeman. What a lovely photo. That's like that. This is some high quality stuff. Look at that. The high res right there. Beautiful. Thank you, Axeman. Appreciate you. Alexander Morrison's got an osprey. An osprey. Also called a fish eagle. Osprey with a freshly caught fish being pestered by boat-tailed grackle. Sorry, not borat. Boat-tailed grackle. This grackle is not saying my wife. No, different kind of grackle. Not boat-tailed grackle. There's no R in there. Boat-tailed grackle. Hard to see, but the osprey is standing on its prey raptor style. There you go. That raptor prey restraint. Great success. Says me. Oh no. Stop. Don't make me do that. It's embarrassing. Yeah. Good stuff, Alexander Morrison. Good stuff. Holy cow. I love that. I've never seen an osprey nest or perch on a light post before. That's really cool. Yeah. There you go, Charcon, yeah. It really is lovely. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. You could just see the fins of that fish sticking up there. So osprey, sometimes called fish eagles. Check this out. What's going on here? Holy cow! That's nuts! Can we see that again? That's an osprey catching a fish in the water. Check this out. Check this out. Wow! Incredible. One more time. One more time. Just calm and you know. Oh. Sorry, fish. Your life is about to be cut short. Look at that. Got him. There you go. Grim Deviant. Nuts. I mean, that's an osprey for you, chat. Really extraordinary. And Alexander Morrison caught the aftermath of that right here. Very, very cool stuff. Oh, boy. Oh, man. extraordinary. Thank you, Alexander Morrison, for that. Wild Country wants to know, do you know much about dinosaurs in New Zealand? I know a few things about moas and kiwis and kias and other extant Cenozoic New Zealand dinosaurs, but we don't really know a lot about dinosaurs, Mesozoic dinosaurs from New Zealand. There's a video we could watch about that another time, Wild Country. Are you from New Zealand, perchance? Because we could talk about that, but I don't want to fall into another rabbit hole right now. You know? Yeah. There have been no dinosaurs, no Mesozoic non-avian dinosaurs named from New Zealand. As far as I know, I could be wrong about that, but I don't think there have been any named because they're based on pretty fragmentary remains. But yeah, you are from New Zealand. Well, very cool, Wild Country. Awesome. When is when is New Zealand's National Day? We missed it. How did we miss it? The 6th of February? It's already come and gone. Ah, is this a big day, Wild Country? Is the National Day of New Zealand? Waitangi Day? Is this a big deal in New Zealand? We've already missed it, and we missed it 2 days ago. Calendar that for next year? Yeah, we should talk about that next year. Yeah, shoot. We could talk about New Zealand fossils on that day next year. February 6th. Oh man, this is the... It's a little divisive, like Australia. Oh, okay, gotcha, Stattle. Wait, Australia Day is divisive? I didn't know that. We celebrated Australia Day. Oh well. Well, February 6th is... You know when there's a certain date that gets lodged in your mind, chat? You know how this sort of thing happens. There was a gal in middle school, a classmate of mine. I had a huge crush on her through middle school, and her birthday was February 6th. And so I know that's just a number, February 6th, 2/6, but it still, like, is lodged in my brain as a result of that. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? You have similar things? February 6th is a similar date for me. But, you get it, Celtic Elephant? Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how these things stick with you after years and decades. Friend in high school whose birthday is today, and I still remember it. There you go, Jaded Fairy. Yep. Yeah. Oh, and Dame Karen, we did celebrate January 26th, but for a very different reason, Dame Karen. Yowza. Roy Chapman Andrews Day. The birthday of a famed American explorer and fossil collector. It is also January 26th, Dame Karen. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I never knew that girl myself. There you go, Mayor's face. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Anywho. Ospreys. Yeah. The 10th of August in your case. There you go. Waffle the Waffle, yeah. Yeah. March 13th is National Elephant Day. Wait, is that true, Celtic Elephant? Do I have that on my list? I went through and, No, not this song yet. This is a wrap-up song. Continue. Here. March. I don't have Elephant Day here. Wait, what? Celtic elephant. March 13th is National Elephant Day. Wednesday, March 13th, 2024. How did I not know about this? I've got all these other arcane and obscure holidays and remembrances and etc. March 13th. We need to talk about fossil elephants. On Wednesday, March 13th. Let's put that on our list. The day after Arbor Day. Yeah. National Elephant Day. There we go. We've got Buzzards Day. Street Patrick's Day. The National Day of Tunisia on March 20th, but not National Elephants Day? We got it. Give us Afrotheers. Yes, indeed, Sloppy Salamander. Yes, indeed. Afrotheers you shall have. Yeah. It'll be good stuff. It'll be good stuff. Tapir Day. Lenina, I think Tapir Day is in April or May. Here, let's look at that. Yeah. April 27th is World Tapir Day. We will be celebrating that then. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Ika Pika's got a question from the IT field. That's information technology, right? Do robots have parts in digging up bones? No, they don't. At least not yet. For a number of reasons. Here, that's maybe one of them there. But yeah, we don't have... Digging up fossil bones is far too complicated and complex. There will be robots that perform surgery before we have robots that excavate dinosaur fossils. Partly because surgeries are less complicated than excavating dinosaur fossils, and partly because we in dinosaur paleontology are in a field where there's far less money going into our field, there's far less... Yeah, I don't know. We're lucky if we have aluminum foil in the field sometimes, you know? Let alone bone excavating robots. I've been in the field where we haven't had electricity. Like, the majority of the vast majority of the time we don't have electricity. Let alone running water or toilets or, you know, it's like robots excavating dinosaur fossils is one of those things where it's like, you know, well, why don't you have robots that rock hamsters to sleep or something? I don't, that's a terrible example. But like, that's such a specific thing. We will have robots that rock hamsters to sleep before we have robots that excavate dinosaur fossils. Does that make sense? Yeah. And there's already robots performing, assisting in surgery, so we'll see. Well, okay, Static Life Photo and Jandra, yeah, but there's a ton of money in surgery and medical science. There is precisely zero money in fossil science. in excavating dinosaur fossils. It's not a thing, you know? Let's wait until we've got robots in wide use before we have robots in the excavation of dinosaur fossils, you know? We don't even have electricity out in the field, for the most part. Of course we're not going to have robots. Like, it would be hard to keep a horse alive out in the field in some of these places, let alone, like, power a robot, you know? Dinosaur bones are complex. Yeah, they're not just complex, they're also, like... The data set is not nearly big enough for those, you know? It's hard to come up with a proper analogy. It's like... I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Robot plus dust. Yeah, there you go, Bettmendler. Yeah. A robot plus rain. Robot plus 120 degree temperatures and no electricity. Yeah. Mayor Space says, I've seen some lawn mowing robots. I always wonder how often those get stolen. That is a thing in, yeah. Yeah. Here, take a look at this.
Now at 5:30, Hollywood's food delivery robots are under attack. Videos show vandals kicking them and even tipping them over. Good evening, this is the KTLA 5 News at 5:30. I'm Pedro Rivera.
And down Mary Beth McDade in for Sheriff Calvin on this Monday evening. Yes, those self-driving robots, well, they're supposed to deliver food and other items, but they've recently become targets for thieves and vandals.
KTLA 5's Rachel Menitoff joins us live in Hollywood with more on how these delivery disruptions are really impacting businesses who use them. Rachel.
Pedro, MB, you've probably seen the robots scooting along the sidewalks here in Hollywood and elsewhere around the city. They're becoming more and more popular for food delivery post-COVID.
I used to see these in Berkeley, California. They seem to have disappeared like a year or two ago. They're just gone. Like, they don't seem to have been economically viable. Yeah.
Of the new technology. Viral TikTok videos appear to show people tampering with these autonomous delivery drivers. In this case,
those are much bigger than the ones we had in Berkeley.
Tossing them over and even kicking the robot en route to deliver food. Vandals targeting the new tech, which businesses like Blue Jam in Hollywood rely on.
Which I kind of understand this. It's like, as a human being, there is a visceral feeling when you see a non-human, non-animal, non-living thing that is potentially taking jobs away from people. It's like, I kind of get that in a certain sense, like a certain feeling of hostility toward that. We had that here in Oakland, or here in the East Bay, here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Remember, I sent my dad pictures of this. I wonder if find it. This would have been like, I looked for this before and haven't been able to find it. But it was like December of 2021 or thereabouts. They had these security robots that they deployed rather, here in the Bay Area at a particularly crime-prone place. And, like, I had a visceral reaction to this. It's like, I don't like this. This thing is gross and I feel threatened by it and I want to fight it. And I'm not somebody who's normally hostile toward the idea of technology or anything like that, but it's crazy sometimes how we as human beings respond very negatively to to stuff like this. There it is right there. This was a security robot in the park. This is at like 6 a.m. This is just kind of stumbling around, bumping into stuff in the parking lot of the store that I would go to. This is the grocery store that I would visit. I used to go on, like, it was like every Friday morning I'd go to this grocery store at like 6 a.m. right when it opened. And this thing is there stumbling around in the parking lot. And eventually they got rid of them. Just because I think people kept hitting them with their cars. People just don't have respect for something like this, which I understand. You know? I would so run up and glue a plunger and a whisk on that. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. And so the whole point, what does it do? Ask Reanimated Bit. It drives around, and I think it feeds live video footage to a like a security, like it's not actually a robot where it's autonomous. Like it bumps around like a Roomba and everything, but there's like a person monitoring probably this and probably a dozen more of these at a computer monitor, and they're just looking at live video feeds, and apparently they also like monitor license plates and stuff like that and that kind of thing. But I don't know, this is one of those situations where it's like people who want to well, there are capital owners, wealthy people who own businesses and stuff, and they're like, how do we streamline things? How do we take more people off of our payroll? How do we make things cheaper and crummier and make more money that way? Let's have robots do it. You know, we don't have to hire a person. There's just here's a big hunk of, metal and wheels and flashing lights and stuff like that. Like, let's just have this instead, and let's fire the people that we have here in the business. It apparently didn't work, because these things are not around anymore in this neighborhood. They're gone. But it's totally a thing where, like, I think there's a lot of folks who think that AI can replace human beings. And they're really counting on that. They're like, we're done with underpaying people for certain tasks. Let's just get rid of people entirely. And let's just have some sort of dumb machine run around and do things. And we don't have to pay it anything. You know? That's how to maximize profits, right? But it doesn't work. It doesn't work for AI. It doesn't work for crud like this. It just doesn't work in general. You know? So yeah. Yeah. ED209 would be a scary option, although you could put stairs in front of it. There you go, in Tropic Universe. Yes! Halt, citizen! I can't show that clip because it's much too gruesome, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. And RC Maniac, oh man, I love that. Holy cow. RC Maniac says, in the words of my old coworker, managers think AI will replace workers, but AI is best for replacing managers. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, AI isn't actually good for, like, doing actual work, but maybe for overseeing workers or whatever else managers are supposed to do, you know? Yeah. You have 15 seconds to comply. There you go, Mayor's face, yeah. There you go, Pipcat, yeah. Same thing, yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, we'll be talking about this next week, actually. We'll be talking about the pitfalls and pratfalls of AI. Artificial intelligence. Because of this. Let's see. There we go. Thanks to Amazon for recommending this to me. How to draw realistic dinosaurs with a deformed AI-generated dinosaur on the cover. It's not even a dinosaur. What a time to be alive. This is an actual product which is available on Amazon. And look at this soulless husk of AI-generated nonsense here. And it's very telling that they placed this box over the hands so you can't see the hands, because look at the toes. Completely wrong. Just absolute garbage and nonsense. Even the colored pencils right here are deformed and weirdly forked and just garbage. So it's scam artist scamming artist. There you go, Static Life Photo. And hopefully I'm not contributing to this, but
Hey, can I just get a single living dinosaur?
One Unique Beast, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I actually purchased this piece of garbage, and it is even worse than you think it is. We'll be talking about this next week on stream. And I will be, before I return this thing, so they don't actually get their money for it, I'll be leaving a very honest and candid review about this, telling people not to waste their money. So, tune in next week. This will be on, let's do this Tuesday, on the 13th. Tuesday the 13th. Yeah. AI dinosaur art stream. There we go, with an eye roll emoji. We'll do that on Tuesday. Tune in then. Oh. Sorry, lights. Banging the desk too hard. But yeah. Yeah. I actually bought it. Yeah, Dr. Terra. It's here. We are going to return this afterward. But yeah. Basura. Garbage. Fuera, get out of here. Give us a sneak peek. You'll have to wait till Tuesday, Reanimated Bit. It's even worse than you think. It's so bad.
Another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
Ito Renell, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So yeah. This topic is right up my alley. Yeah, X-Men, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. And RC Maniac says also AI is now hitting their first issue. AI generated stuff is being consumed by AI as a training model. So it's like resaving images over and over and the quality is degraded. The best AI is already passed. I think that's probably the case. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about the dead internet hypothesis and the like the poison pill. For AI art, stuff like that. You know, stuff like this. Poison pill could sabotage AI-trained art with unlicensed images. Yeah. Basically, AI art is all built on stealing images from human artists. Stealing their work and trying to integrate that into their data set so they can reproduce stuff that's based on the actual work of human beings. And now artists are starting to fight back, so we'll be talking more about that on Tuesday as well. So yeah. Anyway, it should be fun. Yeah. Folks should understand what they are creating. Exactly, Righteous Indignity. Exactly. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. we got to get back to our birds. Shoot, let's get rid of these tabs and let's get back to our birds. We've got so many left to do. Shoot, Elephant Man 321. Is this you, Celtic Elephant? Yeah, Celtic Elephant on Twitch. Excellent. A marabou stork. My trip to Kenya last summer. That is beautiful. Marabou storks really are beautiful animals. They don't get really enough. They really don't get enough attention or admiration, but they're very cool animals. Thank you, Celtic Elephant. That is lovely. Yeah. And One Unique Beast has got. Oh man, you've got such a good question, and we're really trying to work our way down through these. Let me try and answer this for you really quickly, One Unique Beast. How does radiometric dating work for determining the age of fossils? Here, I'll put it this way. Radiometric dating works by looking at rocks, generally surrounding a fossil. You might find like an ash bed, so like volcanic ash that includes it includes radiometric or radioisotope. Excuse me. It includes radioactive isotopes in zircons. Zircons are most common in like volcanic sediments. So say you find a dinosaur fossil in this horizon. If you're really lucky, there might be a volcanic ash below it and above it. A few meters or maybe even a few tens of meters above and below, but there you go. You get a nice bracket for it. And within volcanic ashes, you have zircons, which are they're like these crystals that have radioactive isotopes inside of them. And inside of radioactive isotopes, there are radioactive isotopes inside of those zircons. And those decay at a known rate. And so if you find one, you can figure out how long it's been since it was formed. It's kind of like an hourglass, where you turn an hourglass over, and if you take a picture of that hourglass at any moment, well, shoot, you know how long it's been since that hourglass got turned over, right? If you know this hourglass takes 45 minutes to turn over, and it's got a certain percentage that's already flowed through, you know, oh, it's been 10 minutes since that hourglass got turned over. Radioactive isotopes kind of work in the same way. We could talk about this more in depth another time, maybe on Monday if you join in then, but that's the long and short of it. In fact, let me give you a YouTube video in case you'd like a reference here. Radiometric dating. This is an excellent video for you right there. We've watched this a number of times. It's the one with Mount Rushmore. There you go. Anyway, welcome, One Unique Beast. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Joan Whiffen, I know her, yeah. But a titanosaur vertebra? Cool stuff, Wild Country. We can talk about that another time, too. Yeah. Let's get through our Thursday BIRDSday birds here, shall we? Thank you, Celtic Elephant. Lovely marabou stork here. Not the prettiest of birds, but a really cool. Might actually have relevance to our pterosaur discussion from earlier too, talking about asdarchid pterosaurs like Quetzalcoatlus. These are animals that might have a similar lifestyle to Quetzalcoatlus, walking along the ground, eating whatever they could find, that kind of thing. Similar beak, yeah, Emily. Similar beak. Yeah. I just think he's neat, says Celtic Elephant. Is that a Simpsons reference right there? Is that a Simpsons reference?
I'm a big boy today.
No, not that.
I gotta find something else quick. Why don't you bring this potato? That's pretty big. Mom, you're always trying to give me potatoes. What is it with you? I just think they're neat.
I just think they're neat. It's true, Celtic Elephant, yeah. Yeah. to be fair, marabou storks are much more neat than potatoes, in my opinion. They're much cooler. Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Tara This is my first time encountering a Harris's sparrow. I wonder if house sparrows have impacted their population? Oh, that's a cool question there. Harris's sparrow, how far are they from house sparrows? Let's see, on our tree of life. Harris sparrow, or Harris's sparrow. That looks like a different genus than the house sparrow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's take a look. I think about that line so often about things I like. Me too, Bette Midler, yeah. Harris's sparrow. Zonotrichia querula. This might be the same genus as the zebra sparrow. White-throated sparrow. Golden crowned sparrow. But Passer domesticus, the house sparrow, is way over there. Holy cow. Sparrows are such a big group. This creature is invasive in many places around the world, including here in North America. The house sparrow. I wonder if they have muscled in on the turf of the Harris sparrow. I would investigate this further, but we're crunched for time today, Dr. Tara. Thanks for posting. That's good stuff. Paleolord says, I believe it is a Eurasian blue tit. Well, look at that right there. Could very well be. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Yeah, the blue tit. Far away from our sparrows. Very cool. These guys are really neat. I just think they're neat. They are. Good stuff, Paleolord. Thank you for posting there. It very well could be a Eurasian blue tit. It looks like it. It's got that white cheek. It's got that stripe over the eye. Maybe. It's hard to say. But lovely. Lovely. Thank you for posting there, Paleolord. Good stuff. Yeah. Green herring? Oh, boy. Green herring stuff is always a joy. Green herring says, I got my first lifer of the year on Sunday. This handsome gentle duck is a canvasback. I've seen canvasbacks, too. They're really cool. They're typically quite rare to see around here without traveling pretty far out of town, but this one seems to be spending the winter at a park in the District of Columbia. I figured it would have no trouble spotting him because of his unusual sloping head shape. Look at that. But it was actually his feeding behavior that helped me pick him out from a distance, the one diving duck surrounded by dabbling mallards. And look at that. Look at this exquisite photograph here. Again, look at that. That is a red eye. Yes, indeed, Emily. Yeah. Just looking right at you. Right down the barrel of your camera lens. Very good stuff there. Green herring. I hope you stick around after this too, because I might have a bird that I'd like your help in identifying. Another anseriform waterfowl. But very cool green herring. We'll try and get through the rest of these with some alacrity. Yeah. And Simsiminow says, what group of dinosaurs do you work on? A bunch of different groups. Theropods, Spinosaurids are the group I'm currently working on for a publication. Simsiminow, but yeah. Yeah. I've also worked on ankylosaurs, alvarezsaurids, tyrannosaurs, hadrosaurs, etc. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, green herring, very cool, and congrats on a lifer there. Good stuff, good stuff. We get these here in the Bay Area during the winter. Cool stuff. Anyway, thank you, green herring. Thank you, thank you. Bette Midler's got a larger woodpecker. The larger woodpecker on the left is a hairy woodpecker, and the smaller one is a downy. 2 woodpeckers for the price of 1? How could we be so lucky? Hairy, downy. Hairy, downy. Cool, Bette Midler. Telling these 2 apart sometimes vexes people, but when you see them together, the size difference is hard to miss. Beak length relative to head size is another clue. That's really cool. I love it when people's bird photos are accompanied by an explanation of how to identify those birds or what makes them special or unique. That's really cool. It's good stuff, Bette Midler. It's good stuff. Thank you. And Ria says, on the way back from DC in November, there were some crazy big flocks of birds all over the place. No idea what they were. Grackles, maybe? It could be starlings. If this is a murmuration there, that's very cool. A lot of birds like starlings, or sometimes grackles. My guess would actually be starlings for this time of the evening. Yeah. That's lovely. Again, classic Thursday BIRDSday video here. This is what Thursday BIRDSday is all about. You encounter some birds and go, what are those? What are those? And we can talk about it. Thank you. Salamander, thank you, thank you. Just kept coming? Yeah. Yeah. Starlings are known for this kind of behavior, but grackles might be too. Yeah, check this out. A starling murmuration. It's really amazing that, like, what a wonder of nature here. What these birds do in the sky. It's really astonishing. You know? Very cool. So maybe that's what you witnessed there? I actually don't know, Salamander, but that's really neat. It's cool stuff. And here. They could well be starlings. Starlings are common across North America. Are these doing it for fun or what? Yep. It seems like it, Mayor Space, yeah. Yeah. They do this before they settle down for the night and roost. It's also been interpreted as like an anti-predator behavior, but we don't really know that. Lady Phoenix says, I saw this on a thread I follow. It looks mad. I have no idea what type of bird this is. Is this even a real bird? There's a lot of like AI-generated birds of the past few months that have been really vexing people. Mountain bluebird, maybe? Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question, Lady Fiend. I'm not sure what that is. Anybody in chat have an idea? What is this board? We're not going to go to Twitter. Yeah, it could legit be a mountain bluebird. Okay, green herring. It does look very blue, like a mountain bluebird, but I'm used to western bluebirds where they have kind of an orangish belly. But I guess mountain bluebirds are just more blue all over. It is a cool color, Dame Karen. It really is. Thanks, Lady Fiend, for posting that. Good stuff. Moving on, we got Charcon with a flicker on the ground. I don't think I've ever seen a woodpecker on the ground that was alive. This is a rare photo there. A woodpecker on the... Taking a picture of a woodpecker on the ground is like taking a picture of a fish driving a car. You know? It's just not... It's not where you normally expect to find them. You know? Yeah. Very cool. Thank you, Charcone. Thank you for that very, very special photo. I don't think I've ever actually seen a woodpecker on the ground. They're very arboreal birds. I've seen them on trees, on telephone poles, on houses. I've seen one on a car once. I've never seen a woodpecker on the ground that was alive and kicking, you know? Yeah. Cool stuff. And flickers like to be on the ground. Is that true, Emily? If it's true, I don't know it. I just learned something. Interesting. Except that you can imagine how the woodpecker got in that position. Yeah, true, Mayor Space. Not so for the fish driving. Fair. I was exaggerating. And Green Herring, exposing my ignorance here, says yes, flickers will hang out on the ground. I guess I don't know flickers very well. Is this a distinct clade of woodpeckers? Yeah. Pull up northern flicker here. Yeah. So there's a northern flicker, Colaptes auratus. Flickers and other woodpeckers. Uh-oh. Is this one of those situations like herons versus egrets, where like it's arbitrary where we draw the distinction between them? Andean flicker, Chilean flicker, sun-spotted woodpecker, hiding out in this group of flickers. I don't know. Anyway, it's cool stuff. Cool to see, Charcone. Cool to see. Thanks for posting. Yeah. And Simpson now says Cialia curcuroides. Let's try that for our bluebird. Bluebirds, genus Cialia. It could very well be one of those.
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
Yeah, that first one actually wasn't a dinosaur there. Wolf 66, that was a Pelecosaur synapsid, a Dimetrodon. But that's not your fault. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah, we got blue birds here. Cialia is the genus, and it could have been one of these. Mountain bluebird, not looking very blue in that photo. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Wolf66. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let's continue on. And Arg has got a grainy video of some pretty birds. Probably not good enough to identify anything, but you can see the pretty yellow wings. Oh, we'll be the judge of that. Oh, that looked like a woodpecker, actually. The way it flew? That looked very woodpeckery. Am I crazy? Is this another woodpecker? Two woodpeckers hanging out on the ground? What do you think, chat? That looks like a woodpecker to me.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But George from New York does. Thank you for the 19 months, George. Thank you, thank you. For your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Good stuff. Two yellow-shafted northern flickers. Wolf 66. Really? Really? Oh no, maybe you're right. Shoot. You might know way more about birds than I do. You just got here, so I'm gonna be suspicious, but is that a yellow-shafted northern flicker? go back to our flickers, like our northern flicker there. Some dinosaur thing? Yeah, something like that, George. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if this were like a northern flicker. Yeah. I get loads of red shafted where oh, you were being earnest, Wolf66. Hey Leo, salute to you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here. Yellow shafted flicker. You speak the truth. There we go. Wolf66. I, of course, work on mostly extinct dinosaurs. Living dinosaurs like this, I don't always know very much about. You clearly know a thing or two. Welcome, Wolf66. Yeah. They come in different flavors? Yeah, charcoal. Probably distinct populations. These are the red-shafted and yellow-shafted flickers. They probably are in the process of speciation. These are probably populations that are splitting, and eventually they will become different species, but they've not quite done so yet, most likely. Yeah. Oh, and George from New York says, somewhat serious question, recommended dinosaur models toys for 7-year-old niece. The Schleich line looks pretty good. Up until a couple weeks ago, I would have disagreed, George from New York, but I've seen some of Schleich's more recent dinosaur models, and they're pretty excellent. But, But what I would still recommend most of all would be the Carnegie collection from Safari Limited. These dinosaurs are really excellent. Many of you might remember these from when you were a kid, like I do. But they've got more up-to-date dinosaurs like this Miragaya right here, which are really excellent. Safari Limited. Search Safari Limited dinosaurs. And those are superb. I mean, look no further than their Velociraptor, which is exquisite. It is excellent. And speaking of Thursday BIRDSday birds, it's very bird-like. Velociraptor is an extraordinarily bird-like dinosaur. So, and found PNSO. So PNSO, those are really, really good, but also very expensive and might be a little bit too high-end for a 7-year-old. I think Safari kind of, they're that nice middle ground where they're really, really good, but they're also not too expensive. Yeah. So I'd give Safari a try. Schleich is not going to be awful. Their more recent ones are really good. Some of their older ones are bad. Or not very good, at least. Safari, you really can't go wrong with. Like their Velociraptor, excellent. They actually have a lot of feathered theropod dinosaurs. Here's their feathered T-Rex here. We don't actually know if adult T-Rex had feathers or not. We don't know with 100% certainty, but I like that they put it on there. Just trying to stay with the times. There's a Utah Raptor one. Beautiful. I've never seen this before. That's lovely. I like how stocky it is as a Utah Raptor. It's a stocky animal. And they even have the lower, like that down-turning curve of the dennary, the lower jaw. Yeah. This kid is very precocious. Oh boy. She'd probably be happy with the Safari dinosaurs or the PNSO ones. These are like, oh man, are they gorgeous. Here's a big Carcharodontosaur, Meraxes. Here's their Stegosaurus is like the best Stegosaurus model anybody's ever made. PNSO, they do exquisite work. But again, it is pricey. Like their Acrocanthosaurus, it's $43 on Amazon. even though it's really, really good, it's still... Oh man, is it expensive. Oh! But if I can also give a plug here, Eofauna, you can get these on Amazon. They did a really lovely Triceratops, and this Triceratops, George from New York, this is a particular Triceratops specimen that I helped excavate back in 2011. The Yoshi's Trike site. Yeah, Eofauna. Here, I'll copy a link address. There it is there in the chat for you. Bow. It's got the longest horns of any Triceratops ever found, which every kid would love, you know? But here's me with that specimen with this is before it got mounted onto the... Look at those. Look at the length of those horns. Nuts. Yeah. This is Yoshi's Trike. Museum of the Rockies, specimen 3027. Yeah. Oh, and Class Calico, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway, so Eofauna has... Like, they actually have a Triceratops model that's based on this particular specimen that I helped excavate in 2011. Here is one of the jackets that we brought back to the lab, and that is my handiwork there. My Sharpie scrawling on this. This is a long time ago, 2011. Holy cow. Shoot, if I'm 21 years old now, then this was 12 years ago. I would have been 9 years old? 11 years old? I don't know. Don't think about it. They did cut on the lines, Rita Dego. Yeah, that's how they opened that jacket there. You know, they cut along the lines that I drew in order to be able to, you know, to get to this stage where this is actually a cast of the original bones with other bones reconstructed inside. The white ones, this is why it looks like the Phantom of the Opera, is, you know, these are the parts that were sculpted to fill in the gaps, and then these are casts of the original bones there in brown. But, yeah, you can go see this animal in its full glory at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana. It's on display there. Oh, yeah. Trike is short for Triceratops. Yeah, Oscar Jr. It's like a nickname that we give him in the field. Yeah. Sim now says, my advisor always loves to remember his old digs when we were out in the field. Yeah, that's what we do. It's good to have you here, Sims. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Roseanne says, I saw Yoshi's time when it came to Melbourne? To Melbourne? Really? Did Yoshi's Trike go on a tour of Australia? I know it went to Japan. Yeah, there's Yoshi's Trike, mounted better than at Museum of the Rockies, and Mifune in Japan. And there it is there too. Yeah, a lot better than our mount at Museum of the Rockies, which was all messed up. But interesting. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Triceratops, one of my favorite dinosaurs. But it's not around anymore. We've got other dinosaurs today. Like this one from Miscreation there. Another noisy miner. Another noisy miner from my house. Took this photo at the start of the stream today. Very nice, Miscreation. That's beautiful. Polonia. That's lovely. That's actually really beautiful. Jokes aside. Lovely. Minor birds. What was minors? Let's take a look at them. Miners. Uh-oh. Oh, no, good. We're still in birds. I thought it was going to take us elsewhere into invertebrates or something. Miners. 11 species of them. Geocitta. I guess is the genus name? Yeah, Geocitta peruviana. That's the coastal miner, presumably from Peru. Really cool. So many cool birds from Australia, you know? Yeah. And Melbourne, March 2022. That's lovely, Roseanne. That's... Oh, you saw it in Melbourne, March 22. Cool. You're talking about Yoshi Strike. Very cool, Roseanne. Very cool. Thank you, Miss Creation. Lovely photo there. Let's look at this in high res. We're gonna want to zoom in and enhance. Look at that. You took this photo today? That's like Pulitzer Prize winning stuff there. Oh boy. Oh boy. I feel like I could zoom in even further here and we could see some sort of historical event unfolding in the reflection in its eyeball. You know? Yeah. That's lovely. That's really nice there, Miss Creation. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. At the start of your stream? You're a talented photographer, Miss Creation. It's impressive. And Roseanne says on the Yarra River in Melbourne, black cormorant. Ooh, let's zoom in and enhance here. Some kind of cormorant. Yeah, hanging out there. Classic Thursday BIRDSday shot. Here's some birds hanging out. You photograph them. That's all it takes, Roseanne. Yeah. Good stuff. Egrets, I've had a few. George from New York, hang on, do I know that song? Do I know that song? Hang on, let me see if I can find. Yeah. Is that perhaps? Nope, hang on. That's gonna get us DMCA'd. Let's try it this way. Not your way. Let's try it my way, perhaps. Yeah. Egrets, I've had a few. Anyway, these are not egrets, these are cormorants. Thank you, Roseanne, for posting them. Yeah. Lovely. Tucky says, Emily on Twitch, Hello, Emily. A great egret hunting what I think is a needlefish on the shores of a local lake in Florida. Oh, egrets, I've had a few too. Egrets, I've had a few. Catching fishes down by the bayou. That is a lovely photo. Holy cow, is that great. Any fish experts in the chat? Yeah, a needlefish or a pipefish or something. Yeah. Did it my way. Very nice. Neil says needlefish. Well, well, well. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. What a lovely photos there, Emily. Lovely photos. Yeah. R.I.P. to that fish, but you know, went out like a real one there. As food for a dinosaur. You know? She did it her way, that needlefish. Went out shiny. There you go, Emily. Yeah. Good stuff. Egrets. He's had a few, at least one here. Lovely. Thank you, Emily and George from New York. The inspiration for this song. Good stuff. I love piscivorous birds. They're some of my favorites. They're so much fun to watch. They've got these crazy necks. The trachea on this bird actually goes from under the vertebrae to over the vertebrae. Like the windpipe actually wraps around the back of the neck. Halfway down the neck. It's so weird and cool, you know? Look at that. You know? They're like, windpipe? Do it the normal way? No, I'm going to do it my way. There's the windpipe right there. And back here, of course, is the neck vertebrae. Like that. You know, normal, sinuous shape? No. I did it my way. Look how crazy that is. Crazy. Look at that. Birds just gotta be weird, yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. Nature can be ridiculous, Class Calico. And if you gotta go to bed, good night to you, Class Calico. Thank you for being here. You sleep well, sweet dreams. And I hope to see you next week for our streams here. Very nice there, Takahue. Very nice. Yeah. Emily, exquisite. These are some of my favorite photos from today. Holy cow. I'm a sucker for piscivorous birds, I gotta tell you that. Because I'm studying herons and egrets. They're part of my upcoming publication on fish-eating behavior in a certain group of dinosaurs. Good stuff. Neilf says, while helping with the annual Florida Winter Shorebird Survey, that sounds pretty cool, we came across some lost flamingos in our central Florida saltwater lagoons. They've been in the area for about 6 weeks now. Funny. My first encounter with flamingos was in an entirely different ecosystem at 12,000 feet at Parque Nacional Lauca in the Andes of northern Chile. Very, very cool. Very cool, Neilf. And flamingos are so neat. And they've got a very limited but a very fascinating fossil history. At my very first ever Society of Vertebrate Paleontology conference, I got to have breakfast with the World Authority on Fossil Flamingos. We talked about flamingos for a while, and that was really cool. And it was like, I was kind of starstruck. I'm like, I don't know you, but you're the one guy in the world who knows the most about fossil flamingos? And I'm here eating a croissant next to you right now? How cool is that? I was just youngin' at the time, but, Yeah, flamingos, really, really cool birds. They're bizarre and weird and awesome. And I appreciate you posting them here, Neil. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And, oh, well, there we go. And with that, that is the last of our Thursday BIRDSday birds from our viewers here. Excellent. Well, let me show you my Thursday BIRDSday bird for today. And that is this mysterious... No, that is not a Loch Ness Monster, this mysterious blob here. What is this, chat? There's San Francisco in the background. But I think... I'm not totally sure. But I think this is a surf scoter right here. Can you zoom? I really can't. This is already way zoomed in. But I'm pretty sure this is a surf scoter. That's as... Well, here. Here's some other birds that I photographed. A bunch of sanderlings and gulls. There's San Francisco in the background there. Yeah. Zoom, enhance, says Lordy. Yeah, this is the best we're gonna do. I thought I got a decent photo of this. Lordy, this is when you drove me to the beach the other day when you were grocery shopping. I was here. Here's a... I think a female and a male... I think... surf scoter? Here. Surf scoters look like this. It really looked like this in person. Neil says looks like a scoter. Well, hopefully it is. Yeah, surf scoters are neat and weird and cool. And I think we only get them here in the Bay Area during the winter. Yeah. So I think that's a male and female surf scoter. Yeah, like this. Female and male. I think that's what these are. If she's a female, she should have like a little kind of lightish patch. He should have a patch high on his bill that's light colored. And that's... Yeah. Yeah. Surf scoters. Good stuff. Yeah. And rainbow lorikeet paralysis stuff. We didn't yet, Dinosaur Dave. Maybe next week we will. I don't want to end on a bummer of a note for today's stream. I want to try and end on a triumphant note for this week. So yeah, surf scoters. That's my Thursday BIRDSday birds. But they're trying to raise money for the weekend to help. Okay, let's look into that, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, here. Maybe I can find this in my... Do you have a link, Dinosaur Dave? Trying to find it in my history. There it is. I think we got it. Yeah. So, massive numbers of LPS-affected rainbow lorikeets. WIRES, the Wildlife Information Rescue and Environmental Services, urgently addressing the escalating lorikeet paralysis syndrome, or LPS, emergency in northern regions of New South Wales, Australia, which is affecting hundreds of lorikeets daily. WIRES estimates that LPS in this region has now affected thousands of birds. To help cope with these numbers of affected birds being found by rescuers and the public, WIRES has set up lorikeet drop-off point at 8 Kemp Street in Grafton, New South Wales. The center is open daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And look at these lovely birds right here. Here we've got people in real time donating to this. Riverside, United States. If you would like to appear in here, well, here is a link right there. Dinosaur Dave just posted it. I'm going to post it too in the chat. we have some kind of an unknown syndrome that's affecting these birds in Australia. And I wonder, has there been a video about this yet on YouTube? Oh, we try and pivot to video whenever we can. Yeah. Let's filter this for this week. No results found. Let's filter lorikeet for this week. Might not have anything yet. Well, here, take a look at this. That is one of these birds here, a rainbow lorikeet. These birds are having some real trouble in Australia right now. This looks like a juniper bush. This one's feeding on. Yeah, and there is a video, but it's Facebook. Well, let's see if maybe I can pull that up or if Facebook will thwart me. Nope, hang on. Oh, goodness. That's why I didn't want to do this. Nope, never mind. We're not gonna do that. Yeah. This one's from last year, but same problem. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Beautiful birds here.
We're seeing large numbers of lorikeets coming in at the moment to the RSPCA's Wildlife Hospital. And most of those birds have lorikeet paralysis syndrome.
Oh no.
Lorikeet paralysis syndrome, or LPS for short. It's a disease in lorikeet and we've been seeing it for about 10 years here.
It's a syndrome where the birds lose their ability to fly. Eventually they can't walk, they're unable to blink, their voice changes, and eventually they're unable to swallow. So if untreated, those birds will die because they can't feed themselves.
It's mainly a disease on the Sunshine Coast, Brisbane, a bit up to Gympie and the Gold Coast, so it's really around this region. And it comes every year around summertime.
We see just short of 4,000 lorikeets every year here at the RSPCA. Well, at least half of those birds are affected, particularly at this time of the year.
Oh wow.
Another one that's affected. Yeah, now I should be able to do that with a lorikeet and not get bitten. You know, I mean, you can hear the voice change. That's very different from a normal lorikeet. You can see this bird can't blink.
Oh, they can't blink? Huh.
It's also...
But their eyes will dry out unless people apply eye drops to them. That's, oh man.
We're able to treat it. The lorikeets recover quite well, but it's a lot of work and a lot of intensive care for them, so it's not a quick turnaround.
Putting some sustain in his eye just to lubricate because he doesn't have blink reflex.
Generally, I would say 4 to 6 weeks they have to be in care before they're good to go for release.
Huh. So they just need some care and treatment to recover, and then they're good to go?
At the moment. As you can see here behind me, there's at least 21.
So this is not like some untreatable disease. This is like they just need some tender, loving care for a little bit. And then they're fine. It seems. That's the idea that I'm getting from this. This sounds like a money problem more than anything else. To be able to have the supplies and the staff to be able to care for these animals. It sounds like they just, like, honestly, if there's one way to help birds that, like, that can be solved by giving a little bit of money, this sounds like it's it.
In this aviary, I've got lorikeets in every aviary at the moment because we're running out of room. It can be quite challenging to find enough carers and, space to hold them all.
Yeah, We can have up to 100 birds in care at any one time here, which is obviously a huge resource implication, particularly those that are really sick because they require lots of nursing care. And we send lots of birds out to wildlife rehabilitators as well.
Send them to care.
It's very important for them to, once they regain their ability to fly a bit, they're still not 100% for probably a month. And they recover much quicker if you put them in the large aviary, so they get their strength back, and then we can release them from there.
Certainly the last few years, the numbers seem to be getting larger and larger. We don't know what causes it. We suspect that it's probably a toxin in a plant that they're feeding on. We're doing lots of work with the University of Sydney, Griffith University and the Australian Registry of Wildlife Health, but as yet we don't have a good understanding of what causes it.
I started asking some researchers to see if we could find what it was. And since then, we've just been doing test after test after test, and everything's coming back negative. So it's like a challenge for me. I just want to find what's causing it. If only we could just ask them, what have you eaten? So I've collaborated with a lot of researchers, and we've published an article that describes everything we've done so far and where we're going in the future. But we found someone that can actually look at plant DNA. He looks at feces or intestinal contents and can tell with the DNA what the lorikeet's been eating. We're collecting a lot of samples to try to find a plant or a fruit or something that's specific to the lorikeets that have LPS.
Interesting.
So that's very exciting.
Well, shoot. Again, here is that site right there. Here's the link to it, and you know what? I just got a raise here on Twitch. Let me make a donation.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's do $30 right here. Let's see. You know what? Let's do $50 USD. And here we go. Credit card. Confirm. It's not taking it.
Aximan 1984 gifted a tier 1 sub to Good Mood.
Card can be verified. Well, shoot. Let's. Okay, PayPal it is then. Agree and continue. There we go. Postal address. P.O. Box 18794. Oakland, California. What is it for the post? I think 94619, I think. Yeah. Here we go. Continue. There you go. Yeah. Mark Melvin, thank you for donating. And Reagan Nation says, donated good cause here. Thank you for that. Holy cow. Sloppy Salamander, thank you for donating. An easy decision when it looks clear that every dollar will go to save animal lives. Thanks, Axeman. Good stuff. Good stuff. Again, here is that link right there if anybody wants to contribute. And thank you for making it possible for me to do that, chat, through your support of this community. I wouldn't be able to afford to do things like this if it weren't for your generous support of paleontologizing at large, so thank you for that. It means a lot to me. It really does. And I think it'll mean a lot to those birds, too, those modern Australian dinosaurs. With that said, let's wrap up today's stream. Or put our credits over this Archaeopteryx skeleton here. And let's see who else is streaming here on Twitch right now. We've got 6 baby owls. Well, let's go take a look at them for Thursday Birds Day. Hoot House live stream. We're going to continue Thursday Birds Day here, so don't go away yet, chat. Holy cow. We're going to go see some live baby owls as they grow and get fed by their parents through night vision cameras at Hoot House livestream. Oh man, I can't even tell you how cool this is. We're going to go see them. Everybody, thank you so much for your continued support. Thanks for helping us exceed our sub goal for the week, even though we've got one fewer stream this week. I've got other stuff I got to do tomorrow. I can't stream tomorrow, but I'll be back bright and early on Monday for Darwin Day. We'll be talking about old Truckee D, old Charlie Darwin, on the anniversary of his birth, February 12th, 1809. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay curious. And look at those adorable... They look like cotton balls, those baby owls. Let's go see them. Everybody, I'll see you in Hoot House Livestreams chat. Take care. Thanks again. Bye-bye.